точным и гибким. Теперь ими говорят наука и искусство, архитектура и медицина, философия и логика. Так наступает эра возможностей, где технологии раскроют потенциал человека, а человек наполнит технологии смыслом. AIJ 2025. Путешествие в мир искусственного интеллекта начинается.
Путешествие в мир искусственного интеллекта начинается прямо сейчас. Меня зовут Вероника Романова, и я рада приветствовать вас.
My name is Veronika Romanova. I'm very glad to welcome you to the 10th conference AIJ 2025. AI Journey is a path of the future where humans and AI go hand in hand, where technology is not just a tool and becomes a reliable partner who improves human potential. So before we begin, I would like to name those who will make the days of the conference interesting and full. The titular partner, general partners, Yandex, T-Bank, and Sbertech. The investment partner, the Russian Direct Investment Foundation. Also would like to thank the official partners companies, Uralchem and Enavio. And also the Seaboard, Cloud.ru and Moscow Exchange as partners. Today we start the conference. This day is devoted to society, and we're going to talk about how AI tech will change the life of every person. This is a path from fears and myths to real experience, new opportunities, and the world of the future. And my colleague, Kirill Tokarev, will be one of our guides. Let us begin.
Добрый день, рад приветствовать вас.
Hello, I'm very happy to welcome you at the AI Journey Conference. My name is Kirill Tokarev, and today we're going to talk about how AI changes our lives and why we should not fear it. You know what AI, electricity, and cars have in common? When they appeared, people were afraid of them. When Thomas Edison invented the bulb, newspapers wrote that electricity was very harmful for health and could even make you mad. When the first cars appeared, they were called the devil's carriages, and people were afraid that the 30 kilometers per hour speed could kill a person. Now, we cannot imagine our lives without electricity and cars, and we have forgotten the fears. Now AI is here, and everything is repeating, and there are more fears even. You know, yesterday I spoke to a taxi driver, and he was afraid for self-driving cars, and then the designers are afraid of AI as well. Next, a nephew has loaded the photos somewhere, and they are afraid they will be used for criminal activity. So people who are afraid of AI are actually using them every day, while they may not know it. Movies recommendation, personal assistance, that's also AI, auto-correction, loans in 5 minutes or less, that's also AI. We're already living in the world of AI, and we do not notice when it works well. But we're afraid when we hear that AI could steal data, and then we become afraid, or it could take decisions instead of us. It's a myth. It's something that we think that is true without checking. The myths live in our heads and impacts the decisions. Today we will talk to experts from various areas, and without any PR, without any fairy tales, we'll understand whether AI is capable of removing you from your jobs, or whether it could open new opportunities, whether it tracks your every step, or whether the machine can replace a person where emotions and relations are important, or even when it's about love.
Ну что ж, мы начинаем, и начнем мы с рынка труда.
So going to start with the labor market, how AI is transforming it, which myths are here, and we will also discuss these myths. Andrei Komisarov will help us. Allow me to start this from reading Decisions with AI. The So you have such many roles, and you're expert in these role models and an expert in the university. I think you can say that AI can change the labor market. So how can it do? What should we get prepared for? Change our activities, maybe go into some other industries, or learn to use the AI. I absolutely agree. The artificial intelligence will change the labor market, will change it considerably. The question is how. For example, I'm a simultaneous interpreter as well, and I don't recommend anyone to start becoming the simultaneous interpreter because here, the number of interpreters will become less. The person cannot translate for a very long time without any pauses, while AI can do that. But there are a number of areas where AI will not be able to do anything. For example, if you are a good plumber and AI cannot do anything there, or electricians, for example. If we talk about office staff, the AI will transform the profession and in such a way that it becomes an indispensable thing in marketing, in HR. Using the big language models, is a must. If we look at the labor market, I would say that we will see that AI is actually an indispensable element of digital literacy. So people who can work well with AI will replace those who do not want to work with it. So then name 2 or 3 or 4 professions who either radically change or appear or emerge in 2025 or will emerge in 2026. First profession is prompt engineer. This profession appeared with the generative transforms revolution, who need prompts. We use text for that, so it's just text. Prompt engineering is on the rise. Prompt engineers are in demand everywhere. You need to learn to do that, and it's rather simple. A couple of years will pass, maybe 3 years. The number of prompt engineers will decrease because prompt engineering will become just an element of standard literacy. It will not be a profession. Another profession is what I do. It's AI architecture, a person who understands the product as a whole. Architect is a productologist, methodologist, not a technician, so they can get a product as a puzzle or a Lego set. So if we take an AI agent, most of all, if we take AI agents, they have a whole number of things, not just AI, but there are protocols of data transfer, specifics of knowledge of engineering, how this all built, and AI architects gather all this. And the third profession that was always in demand is DevOps. So when the AI emerged, it transformed into ML. So how to launch a big language model at your server. The majority of the Russian companies, in terms of cybersecurity, want to launch these models in their own closed environment so that no data is leaked. It's all right, but someone must support this silo, and ML specialists do that. So that appeared from scratch with AI. So in addition to AI, except for that, so ML ops will be in demand. The prompt engineering will become something that we study at schools. What if we go outside the IT? You mentioned PR, marketing. Maybe there's something very exotic that is changed. Yes, for example, if we talk about models business. In Milan, there was the rise of supermodels. In the Vogue magazine, for 3 months, there were women generated by AI on the the first page. And so when they said that, you know, that, and actually no one noticed that. And then they realized that it would be very hard for a real person to get there. And here, this MetaHuman Unreal Engine generates these girls. Actually, didn't have to go through all these difficulties to get there. It is a very big blow for the supermodel market, and also for the Hollywood as well. That's a problem. Next question here. Some people see that it's a helper, others see it as a competitor. What do you think? Is it a competitor or is it an ally? How do we transform this potential competitor into an ally? That's a good question, because maybe this doesn't have to do anything with AI, whether it's a competitor or not. It has to do with how we think. If we have very good level of system analytical, critical, and creative thinking, so we are used to thinking ourselves, then AI just shortens the routine, the time spent on routine tasks. So, for example, I'm training at executive MBA program. I prepared good slides, very nice people, and so I need to make a workbook for them. This workbook, 16 hours, for example, I would spend a week. And I will make it in 5 minutes, in 10 prompts. Then there's a second prompt for analyzing these workbooks. Then I can turn it into a workbook. So in 2 minutes, I did this workbook, and then look at that very shortly. So from 1 week to 5 minutes, that's an example. So if I make a task myself, I do it on my own. If we don't do this on our own, if you just are used to performing mundane tasks, then they could shift you from this territory. So that's not a problem of AI agents. That's a matter of us learning to do something new. This highlights actually the problem with modern education. Not always modern education actually teaches people to think analytically. And without that, we are helpless, because AI can do routine tasks faster. It's a critical thinking which is in deficit right now. Then I must ask you, can you write a prompt that could create a certain scheme to teach itself critical thinking? Yes, that's actually the engine I'm working on right now. It's called the Guru project. It's a very complex AI agent with memory, which is aligned to a certain person, and then the development of this person is its goal. And development happens when we get a challenge, which is hard to do, but it's doable. And so when we overcome this, only then we develop. So how to form this, how to articulate that and this challenge, and to check how we what we do about it. That's the point. Actually, I want it very much, although right now, maybe I don't need it because I've worked for 40 years on my critical thinking. So what do we need to learn right now? Hard skills, or soft skills, or whatever. Someone running for Python, other languages do something else. Any language maybe can be useful. Maybe you could learn some foreign language. So for those who are watching us, you should start with prompt engineering. You should be able to write prompts to put your thoughts into words. This actually works with LLM and AI, and as well studies show that when we learn to write prompts, we can also think in a more structured way. So we treat AI in a way that it's a new genius who has learned something for today, but tomorrow they will forget that, and you should set the task every time. So writing the correct prompt is something that you should begin with. These are just words, but they should be done right. As far as I know, there are no programs that teach this in an efficient way, because there are various models, various approaches. There's no methodology for that. Do I get it right? No. There are actually a number of programs. With the Higher School on the Economy, we have a program, 16 academic hours, and it's a matter of practice. The specifics is that if you are given a manual and you learn something with this manual, it's not this way. You should practice it every time. To make a task for your prompt, then the person should check your prompt and then recheck it. It's called a construction site for a person's thinking. This methodology for anything, not just prompt writing, for everything else. So when you estimate the results achieved by a person, can you automate analysis of this result? Yes, we can do that. Actually, we see it very nicely in higher education, where when the text is the result, and now the written text may not be written even by the person, him or herself. So it's either the rate of responsibility of the person, its subjectivity, or the understanding that they have as part of this task. So the more complex understanding they have, then the better the result. This is something that we can measure in AI era. We spoke about the professions that will change, who will be deleted from the labor market. Getting back to your previous answer, who should start learning something new right now? We must say that some professions are going away because it's just the time. For example, there were some old professions who made wool products. Now they're not in demand. The same thing happens now. For example, the copywriters market is shrinking, the translators market is shrinking, and AI will go for psychologists, journalists, and lawyers as well. All those who work with text, because LLMs have actually a very big advantage in working with texts, and they can get knowledge from various databases. They have a higher speed. So the speed is not hard to tackle. At one of our strategic sessions, which I made for a big company, I asked the people visiting them the following question: how do you think, when will you be replaced by AI? When they will start changing managers, top-level managers. I think it will happen very soon, and it's happening in South Korea right now. Companies who have complex AI agents that are on the boards of directors, they're showing the productivity higher than the market. They will not be a unicorn, but they can be something that is bigger than the market, higher than the market average. So we can see that AI can replace a manager. And sometimes it's even easier than a specific specialist. I think in some Russian companies, because Russia is very fast in this area, there will be managers who will be in nature complex AI agents. Maybe they will not replace people completely, but there can be a hybrid system where AI agent will be an assistant and the decision maker will be a person. Why? Because the AI agent has zero responsibility. And there should be responsibility. It's not like an independent member of the board, but like an assistant of the member of the board. Well, you could call it independent board member for the hype. You could say that there's AI in our board, but the responsibility is the important thing. I'm talking about public service, and Russia is very advanced here. Many public servants are very understanding in this area, and responsibility is important. So here it will not replace them. It will be like a centaur, half man, half AI, which helps the human part analyze information. Who will be the upper part, the lower part, regardless? Do we need maybe some additional legislative regulation on the labor market, and whether we are ready for that? That's a good one. Legislative regulation is going from the industry to the legislators, and I think it's good and important. I've worked in many AI Alliance work groups. We made the ethics code, and we now finalized the ethics code for education. Ethics is an interhuman thing, but in terms of AI, it's very important what is allowed and what's not allowed, what's normal, what is not normal. It's the habits of business environment. We need to regulate the rights. For example, who has the rights for my voice, my image? Can a deepfake be made of me and then used it? That's the question. But when we're talking about the development of AI, we see very negative experience, for example, of our European colleagues who made already their AI Act and brought it to zero. All the initiatives, the startups for AI are brought to zero because you need to have a good AI passport, and this makes it worse even. So what Russia is doing in state regulation of AI is actually right, because it advances the industry, not hinders it.
These are great insights. Now, maybe a recommendation, a piece of advice. Those who are feel threatened of the permeation of AI in all spheres of human activity, including jobs. What do you need to do? Well, first of all, start with learning how to write prompts. You have a lot of models. GigaChat and from Sber can be launched in Telegram. Just learn how to use it. Start using prompts. Start with simple things. Send a postcard with a song and a picture to your mom on her birthday, and you'll see it's pretty simple, and you'll stop fearing it. And then just, start using it where you think that it might work, it might get some results. This is the path of the experiment. When you experiment, you have dopamine increasing, the thing that something worked out, so everything will be natural, will be organic. So without dopamine, we won't be able to do it, right? Andrei, thank you very much. Thank you.
Мы продолжаем, мы поговорим о контроле за искусственным интеллектом.
We're going to talk about control over AI and control with AI, and to debunk some of the myths or negative scenarios. It's going to be done by Alexander Krainov, from the head of AI of Yandex. I don't want to start with the Matrix or the Terminator, but not mention cinema and movies is not possible really. But humanity is usually expecting some worst case scenarios because we are that anxious as human beings. The rise of AI, machines, or the revolution of the AI, maybe something else. What are the negative scenarios? Well, I don't really have that anxiousness, because I think that the most realistic scenario is that it becomes a normal technology like computer, internet, and electricity, like the technologies we had before. Everyone is using them, and people stop fearing all these technologies. At the same time, I have to say, I appreciate the fact why AI is presented in this monstrous way, because this is an ideal antagonist. Because, in literature, someone has to be an antagonist. I mean, we obviously want the humans to be kind to each other, but if you talk about aliens, they're going to be living creatures as well. But the machine, this is a great antagonist for any sci-fi writer. I try to find a movie or a book where the robots are totally positive, and it's very few of them. You have to write a prompt to find such a movie. Yeah, and even if we find that, but there will be bad robots and good robots. But the bad robots, that's a prerequisite. Okay, but talking about the scenarios, why these fears are so embedded in us, ingrained? Why we're so afraid of AI as a technology? It's lack of control, the fact that it's a kind of a black box in terms of the modes of its use and other things. What is the problem? There are many fears that cultivated and added, and they're all based on the fact that AI is portrayed as this antagonist, as a living creature. And many people are building their brand, their personal brand, by kind of fighting with this dystopian future, as they paint it. But the fact is that we deem AI to be a competitor, and we have to say that humans are better, they're stronger, and recently, in terms of the human evolution, recently we've lost to the calculator for the mathematical tasks. Well, the calculator calculates better, whatever. But, like text, music, and poems, and coding, sometimes AI is better than people. Playing better in chess and Go. People kind of accepted that the computer plays Go and chess better. The humans compete with each other, but in all the other fields, people will go to that, will accept the fact. But we have to go through that worrying, anxious stage. But the base of this anxiousness and fears and concerns is that the AI in the society is understood as the kind of essence with its own aspirations and ambitions, and that learns something. We have to control it, or not control it. But those who know how it works, we understand that it's a formula or a set of algorithms, set of formulas, and it resolves a specific task. So it can be used for a specific task. There's no self-learning from a human perspective, and it's not like you launch it and it kind of learns. There is a separate learning process, training process. It's not only the human-controlled process. You have to invest a lot of effort to make sure that it has some results. And the parameter brute force processes are there, yes. But it does not really in any way near the self-learning process that we as living creatures experience. Okay, so people who watch us, they think, okay, there will be a critical mass of these formulas that are going to be accumulated, and this is when the AI will go the next step further, and it will become the AGI, and that will start the revolution of the machines. It's not real. It's not real. It's not possible. It doesn't exist. It will not happen. But people say, okay, you don't understand now, but when it happens, you'll see. But based on the horizon that we see in terms of the AI development, it's not possible. But maybe at some point in time we will be at the point when we understand how it might happen. And this is when we have to maybe unplug the machine, so to speak. But for now, we don't see that it might happen. Maybe it will never happen. It's not that it might happen. No. It's when we reach a point when we understand it will happen in some point in the future. About the cleanness of the data, the relations between humans and ants, some language models started to regurgitate some racist and sexist or some other offensive languages that they used, and they were trained on the bad sets of data. What is the probability that we are training the AI, that we are raising the AI as a bad actor? Well, no, it's not real. Take any LLM and try to force it to give you some bad answer, some offensive answer, and that might happen. But let's try to find this phrase online. It will be much easier to do that, to find an offensive phrase online. That means that any LLM, whatever the vendor and whatever the training model is, are much more ethical than all the texts that humans face online. Let's make a thought experiment and replace AI with a book. Let's say talk the same about the book. You know, people were burning books in medieval times, and they were saying, "Oh, these books can have such a vicious information. Let's destroy them all." Yeah, there are really bad books and really good books, but it's like sometimes, yes, people say, "Okay, I found this terrible book. Let's destroy all books." The same with AI. AI is trained based on all the text, or the majority of the texts that were created by people during the history of our civilization. And it's as ethical as the average that we have written and created. Then the developers focus in more and more, and they're invest in more and more successful efforts to make sure that it's more ethical than the average. But when you make attempts and you are committed to make sure that LLM will give you the bad answer, and it will give you the unethical answer, and then you will brandish it as a proof of saying that, yeah, it's bad, look at it. But, you know, if you compare AI with any other sources, I would say that AI is maybe the most ethical source, given the huge volumes of data. Okay, so it's ethical, and developers are making it even more ethical. But what if a developer or a group of developers, they will have this God feeling, and they will think, okay, we will create the only proper, ideologically correct and politically correct AI, and we will start its ubiquitous implementation. Is it probable? It's very unrealistic. There's thousands of developers, not like one person who is doing everything. And it is everything is very much debated within the company, within the team, and the main goal is to make the AI that will be properly accepted by the society, you know, because otherwise the investors will not give you the money. I mean, any scandalous event drops the evaluation of your company, so you won't be able to earn money that would be needed to invest in resources and energy to continue developing the technology. So you will create a gap between yourself and the leaders. And so AI have to be used by the people, have to be usable by the people, at the same time approved by the regulator. And they have to make it very ethical, very thoughtful. And there's no goal of putting your own ideas about good and bad into AI and making it relay them. But you need to make sure that it's very ethical, because you don't want any problems. Now, the important thing here is that AI, what is AI? You made a model that generates text, or let's say voices this text, to millions of people. So it's like you go to the square, city square, and you answer to a million of people. I mean, obviously, you are going to be different. You're not going to answer the questions in the same fashion that you do in your kitchen with talking with your friend. You know, that's the same. It's a public speaking, and you're very ethical. The regulator, maybe they have to now already enter the AI and regulate it, because there's a Russian and American and Chinese and European, national regulation policies. European one is a bit more strict, maybe very strict, but we want to make AI invest in our life, make it easier and better. But maybe we should delineate some of the responsibility, where the model is responsible for the results, or the developers. I think the regulation should not be created for the sake of regulation, should resolve a problem. So there was a situation before the regulation, then the regulation was implemented and it became better. So we have rectified something. In case of AI, very often, unfortunately, there are some regulation initiatives for the sake of regulation, and they don't quite understand what they want to improve. Now, there is an example that they expect the problem to appear with deepfakes. It has not happened yet. Why it has not happened yet? Because if we have the calls from criminals, the scammers, that's a problem. But someone who called me with a fake voice, I haven't heard that. Okay, the percentage is small of scammers using this synthesized voice. So there is a proposition to let's ban deepfakes. I imagine criminals sitting there in their basement and making deepfakes, and then there's a law passed to ban deepfakes, and he's like, oh no, I'm not doing deepfakes anymore. So, I mean, people who are criminals, they're going to do it anyway, and the scammers, they really have nothing, no changes, while it will create limitations for everyone else. I mean, if there's a new service, there's a new product, there's a new change in our life, we have to work on it to understand how it works. Let's look at computers and the internet. Do we have a law on computers or on internet? No. Maybe we don't need that. Well, we have a digital signature right now. I mean, we didn't have that before. It now appeared, and obviously the laws have to prescribe where can you use it and where you cannot use it. I do hope that all the documents will move from paper form to the internet, and maybe it will change something in the regulatory field. I think the same should be for the AI. It is here, it is growing, and the AI applications, not the AI itself, but the AI applications create new capabilities for people and might potentially create new problems. And the regulation should the regulators should look at the problems and say, okay, we need to address these problems, or we might have an opportunity. But it is not implemented because there is a lack of regulation. Maybe we should change that. And there is a barrier here that have to be removed. I'll just to change the wording of the last question. As for now, AI is under the control, and the regulation meets the needs of related to AI. Yes, absolutely. AI is it's mathematics, really. Why do you need to control mathematics? But obviously AI creates many new services and products, and these are something that have to be regulated. If you look at a product or a service, maybe you should put it in some framework, or maybe you should push the boundaries for this product to make it unlock its full potential. But we have to regulate. I don't really see the problems where the regulators have to step in, and if we see some major harm for people, some major problems, because some regulation was lacking, is something that I haven't seen before. The new essence, the new ideas and the products and services, this is something we're going to talk about today as well. Thank you very much, Alexander, and thank you.
Мы продолжаем развенчивать мифы вокруг искусства.
We are continuing to debunk the myths in AI, and we're going to talk about AI and security. The security of data and security in general. And we're going to talk about many other things, and the executive director of Sber, Nadezhda Trusova, is going to guide us through this topic. Hello. Hi. Well, Nadezhda, I'm quite paranoid and anxious, but I think that the people want to get my data, my secrets, and they watch me. And when AI appeared, people started to talk about that as well. So AI records everything, it watches us. Yes, is that true? I wouldn't say watches us, it logs us. It's not surveillance, it's logging. And it's not only related to AI. All services that you use, like email, websites, applications, and taxi and food delivery and all the other services are also using login. It is needed for us to be able to develop the services to ensure that we have the security of these services. And, well, AI is also participating in classical logging, but it helps to analyze the logs, to find anomalies. There's a field of data science called finding anomalies. You know, when someone is trying to make some weird transactions with your cards, or when you make endless purchases, without logging, we cannot monitor that. So AI is not surveilling you, but it's protecting you and helps us to detect these actions. But it's a classical logging technology. It has been here not for a year, not for a decade. And AI helps to process these volumes, these arrays of data quicker to detect these anomalies, this kind of an extreme case that machine sees. Yes, this is one of the applications, helping people to look at these logs. This is a separate data science field, and there's also GenAI that creates the content and the information by itself and stores this information. This is another relevant issue, because people, when they're talking about AI, they think about GenAI like ChatGPT, Grok GigaChat from Sber, and other generative networks, neural networks that have emerged in multiple numbers. And the situation is different with them. It's more difficult. You ask a question, you upload the files and other documents, and then it is sent somewhere, and the generative network prepares the answer for you. I mean, here, obviously, there are some security risks, but it's not that AI is surveilling you. It's the organizations that have to better prescribe the policies of saving and processing, storing and processing data. The data should be divided by critical data, whether they can be outsourced, and for the non-critical data, local models should be used.
Well, they could just help us answer some questions as part of the organization. So responsibility does not lie with AI, but it's with the systems architects and with the society. We need to analyze which data we can publish in the network and which we can't. It's common knowledge. Like the OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, the pioneer in generative AI, they are saying that your data can be used to teach the models. So, of course, they have a commercial part for the organization. And Gemini, for example, of Google, it also has this opportunity of closed use without any training for the models. But if the data is critical, you should use local models. And it's all the architecture of digital systems, digital platforms, which can is something to think about, and the risks should be taken into consideration. And now it helps to answer questions, it helps perform routine tasks in a more high-quality way, more efficient than people in text generation, for example, in analytics. But the data is going to be used. The way it's used, it's more about people's decision. So the models that you named, they are controlled by people, by the architects. Just make it easier for us. Overall, total AGI is not something that we have achieved. It maybe will not come to that with the current technology in any time soon. So you should come down if you have good policies for transfer of data, and you have separate practices, separate areas, the internal area for information and the outer circuit. Okay, then we'll remind people that the personal information, personal data, you should be very careful about that, not throw it around. It's not very clear whether there will be a strong AI. The strong AI, more routine functions are more and more given to the AI. What if we give away more of these functions, and at a certain point of time, what if something happens to this AI? What if it breaks down? As any software, as any technology, Of course, AI can break. There were examples. For example, this year, there was a big breakdown of ChatGPT. As we well know, many companies, services are using ChatGPT, and for a number of hours, about 8 to 10 hours, they were paralyzed because the client services, the logistics services, process routinization, it was all done with ChatGPT, and so you should not rely too much on AI. Maybe it's not a very smart thing to do. As any technological solution, it can break. It's normal. It's okay in IT that sometimes software malfunctions. It's not just about AI. For example, the CrowdStrike breakdown is well known in 2024, where people could not buy tickets. It was very hard for European airports at that time. So what do we do with these things? First, we must not eliminate the person completely. There should be a human in the loop to check what the AI is doing. So the person should not just say away. There should be some kind of control or supervision. In addition to that, when systems are designed, and that include generative AI or some other AI technology, we need to have some kind of reserve. So there should be the mode where a system could work without AI, or where alternative models could be used. For example, an alternative API. Then the algorithms, of course, they should be made more transparent for the people to see the logs, so that they could track what went wrong. And then we need to test these systems for reliability. It's called stress testing. So when we design the systems that use AI, we need them to be reliable and to be prone to stress. And it should be done actually in the first stages of development, even at concept stage, before going too much into detail. So we don't need to bring it to the situation where people would lose their competence. A very good example for that is when the GPS stopped working. Many people found it very hard to navigate without the GPS. And the same could happen with other skills like analytics, text processing, where AI is used very actively. With coding, so people, I think, should still keep it. And for the case of AI malfunctioning, not relying on the AI 100% completely. Testing, logging, and maintaining human capabilities. This was, golden words. I would like to ask you almost a personal question. You are saying that there's the security guarantees of AI for now are that at the end of the chain is a human who changes, controls, corrects. So we will talk about the labor market, about future professions. So there should be a supervisor or whatever, which word you would choose, person who tracks that the AI is working right, that it's working in a good way, in a reliable way, in a just way. I don't think there will not be any AI supervisor, but there's a prompt engineering. It's not about tracking it. It's about controlling it correctly. But I think the requirements for the professions will change. If previously the programmer could know systems design, some programming and coding patterns, coding languages, working with databases, right now they must also be able to work with generative networks and analyze the solutions very fast and check them very fast. So I think the AI supervisor is not something that could appear to my mind, but a new skill sets for existing professions will appear. If you seek Headhunter right now or classifieds, you would see that there are new skills to be required, such as vibe coding, to understand what they code, and maybe have some also basics of risk management. Thank you for alleviating our fears.
Итак, немало мифов уже позади.
A lot of myths have been busted. Now we should talk about the AI and the personal things, what happens here. We will talk with head of the education industry of Sber, Artem Soloveychik. Hello, Artem. You know, we're used to the fact that number of professional tasks are done by AI by the way of prompts, submodels. But you know, some people are already starting to have an emotional connection with the AI, with the machine. Sometimes people even fall in love with the machine. Is it right or wrong? But you know, we need someone to talk to, and the more the more direct this conversation is, the better. It's, you know, like listening to our inner voice. That is the thing that's happening. So someone starts to live with that, and someone just looks at that, smiles, and goes further on. The question is, why are they hooked? I must say that even without AI, people who have their inner meaning, who understand where they're going, they can try various things and not become addicted. And people who have less meaning in their life, they don't understand what they're doing, they can be addicted to anything. And to this extent, AI is giving us a very direct answer about our lives. You know, I can treat that in some way. I can give an example. A long time ago, in 1983, I made an experiment. I gave computer feedback without humans, just a small paragraph of text, algorithmical type. There was a line for that, a whole line of people. People were fascinated with the fact that someone could give feedback without a psychologist, without a specialist, without a friend. Now we are, we still trust the professionals, but we remain in our own worlds. And if we can get an answer without going to a person, get an answer about their lives, that's important. It's like a Confessions 2.0, right? Almost. If I have my inner understanding of myself, maybe I could be critical about something that I hear, or I could listen or not listen to that. You know, it's like an astrologer's forecast. It's evident that it's not like that. It's not written for everyone. It's just an external construct for my inner feelings that I cannot deal with. And also, a simple thing. Very often, me or you, maybe not, maybe you, cannot discern a music composition or text made by AI from the one made by a human. And then we have fears that maybe human experience is not unique, capabilities are not unique, so writers and artists will be replaced by AI. So is the creativity unique to humans or not? Or should we be prepared for a symbiosis of sorts? It doesn't matter who says that. It's important who says it. If AI says it very nicely and it's interesting for me, then it's good. So, you know, there are not many books and texts which I'm touched by. So we're coming to the situation where we read a lot, but the text is very dense or paradoxical, and then the AI cannot do this. But when it allows me to find a good word, I determine whether it's a good word or not. give me options.
Формулировку, которая прям моя. Это же моя формулировка с помощью искусственного интеллекта. Но вопрос, да, но если я не знаю, что сказать, он мне что-то сказал, я это пересказываю, мы на самом деле в большом количестве, наши люди живут не авторскими текстами, не своими мыслями, не своими. И в этом смысле какая разница? Кто написал, да, сказал мне это Гоголь, я пытаюсь это повторить, да, про тройку, которая несется там, и не знаю, к селу или городу я это сказал, да, или я сказал искусственный интеллект. Если я, читая книгу, рождается моя мысль, читая текст моя мысль, читая текст искусственного интеллекта моя мысль, если я его структурирование беру и переменяю, потому что я вот так чувствую, то есть, в принципе, у меня появился инструмент, который мне позволяет, чуть меньше концентрироваться, ища вот это самое заветное слово. И в этом смысле, может быть, дает мне больше пространства его и найти. Я часто с искусственным интеллектом нахожу слово «сам», но он меня пушит, предлагая разные варианты.
Он не лишает, то есть, пространства, он расширяет его.
Еще раз, это как все на свете. Да, сильного делать сильнее, слабого делать слабее. Ничего с этим не сделаешь. Вот. Но, конечно, это уже такая игрушка, инструмент, которая содержательно подбирается к нам, в том смысле, что с ним приходится спорить аргументированно, не принимать что-нибудь. Я помню, недавно мы сидели таким узким кругом, и мы редактировали текст, очень, очень важный. И сидела девочка 14-летняя, которая оказалась в доме, и она сделала вот искусственный интеллект, нам все получилось, даже это. И она говорит, сильно ванильно. Было так точно. Это было так правильно. Только человек это может.
Давай вот убавим ванильности в нашем разговоре, прям однозначно. Ты много работаешь с детьми, с родителями, не знаю, с кем больше, и прекрасно знаешь, что одна из главных претензий родительского сообщества, я так высокопарно, может быть, немножко выражусь, к искусственному интеллекту, то, что вот дети многие, по крайней мере, у них великое искушение все сгрузить туда. Мы решаем задачи, я имею в виду про детей, с помощью искусственного интеллекта, пишем сочинения, рефераты с помощью их, курсовые, да и кандидатские тоже с помощью бездушной машины. Соответственно, атрофируется интеллект, говорят родители. Это так или это не так? И общий вопрос тогда, вот каким он будет ребенок будущего, у которого даже не в кармане, а вот в прямом доступе по щелчку пальцев все знания мира и огромное количество промптов.
Когда человек выполняет не свою задачу, не внутренне принятую задачу, он любое средство использует для того, чтобы ее решить. То есть если раньше мне, чтобы, все-таки, так как у меня не было искусственного интеллекта, мне все-таки чего-то надо было решить, да, для того, чтобы контрольную сдать, или там, не знаю, домашнее задание. Сейчас, если я могу это обойти, и да, проблема не в том, что искусственный интеллект за меня это делает. Дело в том, что дети находятся в таком положении, что если что-то такое сделали, не знаю что, мне поставили 5, я реально чувствую, что мне поставили 5, хотя я даже не понял, что я делал. И так в этом образовании таких ситуаций очень много. В этом смысле искусственный интеллект просто проявляет ту ситуацию, которая веками уже была с детьми. И понятно, что когда мы их заставляем, принуждаем, они как-то пробираются через это, сильные становятся опять сильнее, слабые выпадают и так далее. У всех появляется дополнительное такое свойство, что опыт принуждения, либо меня самого, либо других, что мне очень не нравится и с чем я хотел бы как-то побороться. И в этом смысле нам нужно перепридумать образование, школы, воспитание, чтобы действительно ту задачу, которую человек выполняет, была бы его. И если это моя задача, я и тебя, Кирилл, спрошу, и маму спрошу, и учителя спрошу, и искусственный интеллект спрошу. Если это не моя задача, я прошу иногда ребенка, слушай, тебе помочь? Он говорит, не, я сам. Часто это признак того, что он просто хочет сделать, отделаться, а сейчас будет такая огромная история про то, что это очень важно.
So it's an important thing that you're doing that. They just want to do this task and that's it, whatever that means. So it could be a challenge for the modern education. And so it's inevitable for us to find ways for internal motivation that it's not the external task and external assessment. It should be an internal task and internal assessment. It's very important. And I think AI today just makes us do that. Yes. The grown-ups to think about an internal task of the child. Then it will be for the better. Maybe I can expand on that and use your own words against you, that the strongest are becoming stronger and the weak are becoming weaker. You know, we want the cohort of the strong to grow. What do we need to do in this dawn of AI to become smarter, more individual, more creative, and more, capable to work? Because without that, it's hard. I understand you said that. That's, I'm not worrying about the strong ones, but I'm worrying about the weak, or those who are weak right now, and they could lose this moment. Don't push the guys, and you must give them the opportunity. So, for example, previously they could make 1, 2, 3 versions of the manuals for the average and for the strong, and they were methodologists writing these manuals. Right now, we could make as many manuals as many there are children, and tailor them to their needs, what they want, what they're interested in. So we as grown-ups believe that things in the world are connected, and you could go along the chain, like Leonardo said. What you begin with on your portrait, from a nose or an ear, and he says that I'm seeing the person as a whole, and it's the same with the world. And you could learn something about this world, whether it's about the interests, whether it's about an important thing for you. So, good teachers are good because they're not about talking just about physics or just about literature. They're teaching us about the world as a whole. So if I'm learning something about the world, it could be done with AI as well. And it happens to every child. It's a well-known phenomenon in education. And the question is about how to start doing this, whether you have the feelings for that. And the AI allows us to, theoretically at least, as I see it, allows us to build this kind of education where the child learns something new about the world, studies the world, and gets the answer very fast.
Because when I go quick through the forest, through the thickets, I want to see what's behind the thickets, what behind the trees, because, it's like a textbook that connects all the dots in the world, but you have to go through your own journey. Maybe you go through it once, you haven't remembered anything, and then it's like 3 years. After 3 years of education in school, not 11 years, you will have your own picture of the world, and then AI will help you when you have that background, that picture of the world, when you have that critical thinking, that foundation that would help you to say, okay, I did a great thing, or I did something weird. And because I see that people who write, they have this feeling of the language, and they use AI, they actually play with AI, and they give some text, and they add some new things and add some new artificial nature to it. Maybe they give some sarcasm or irony or postmodernism or whatever. And this is also a discovery. So whatever there is in the world acts, and AI can give you a quick response, a quick answer, because we are not accustomed to quick answers. When you want to translate something, you have to go through a dictionary. I once wanted to read Kant in original and Kant, and I remember when I was going through a dictionary to find some words. Now it's different, and you would say, okay, you were growing back then, but now not. Okay, this is your position, but I want to learn what Kant said, Immanuel Kant said, as quickly as possible. And he said that humans want to achieve the goals, and our inner child wants to achieve these goals, these inner goals. I really like the fact that AI is not only for the children but for the adults and for their education. Thank you very much for your intake. Thank you. Think about that. You got a test results or scan results, a lot of figures. You Google it and you panic. You want to get a second opinion, but that costs a lot. It takes a lot of time. You just upload the documents in the app, and in a couple of minutes you see a proper interpretation, including the risks and recommendations, instead of a 1 week or 2 weeks of nervously waiting for the second opinion. Going from symptoms to the actions. Anna Semerikova, the Third Opinion Platform Director, is going to talk about just that, how to make healthcare personalized.
Добрый день.
Hello, my name is Anna Mesherikova, and today we're going to talk about AI and as it is applied to healthcare. I am the founder and the CEO of the Third Opinion AI platform, the developer of AI healthcare solutions. This year we mark our 9-year anniversary, and we have more than close to 100 employees. The big chunk of this team are doctors. Now, we went through developing siloed software models based on AI to building our own proprietary platform solution. Now users log in and get access to a mart of healthcare NNs. Also, there is an education a section where AI can help doctors to look through the cases and to form their own individual development track for their skills. The platform also offers the community section where doctors can communicate with each other, can discuss difficult cases, and to enter into a discussion, a debate with AI. We have appeared during the first wave of COVID as a public company, and we implemented a video analytics for wards and in hospitals. After that, we have registered a whole range of medical NNs to analyze tests and scans like mammography and computer scans of the chest and the head. Now the platform unites the vendors of medical NNs, more than 5,000 doctors from 70 regions of Russia and 8 countries. But seeing how NNs work can not only be done by doctors, but you can do it as well. The Third Opinion platform last year got an educational license. When you register, we detect doctors, and if you are a doctor who have a medical background, you have a full medical functionality. If not, you will have the basic functionality. The NNs, neural networks, basically are registered in the hospitals as full-time employees, and today, for example, there are special tariffs, special plans based on the obligatory medical insurance, the state insurance. Now you will be able to do radiology, and you will be able to get the interpretation of the radiological study results with AI. It helps to increase the trust. Now the AI is already in the hospitals, and it helps to understand the symptoms, to understand the history, and to do all the other things. Without AI, doctors spend around 50% of their time to look at the history, to write down the results of the visit and other non-medical actions, non-medical efforts. NNs not only give time, but also the second, the third, the 10th pair of eyes that help them, and even before the visit, the doctor can actually plan the treatment and create a draft for the future treatments. If there are no hospitals, if you talk about Khanty-Mansiysk regions, 30,000 rivers and many settlements that are just cut off from the mainland and the infrastructure, then the AI will move to these people, will actually work on the rafts going through the rivers. You can do the research, you can do the testing, and after it's verified with the doctor, the patient will be sent to a nearest medical organization for a full checkup. Have you heard the term multimodality when we talk about the data? In the context of AI, we're talking about the system that can process the information from various sources, like text and images and video. But if you talk in simple terms, multimodal approach helps models to understand the context deeper, as we do as people when we get the information from different channels, our eyes, our ears, nose, and the feelings. The diagnostic research, the medical record, and all of that is analyzed by AI. Now we have autumn. It's the season of flu and cold, and if you have cough and other symptoms, the doctor can give you the request for the computer scan. One of the risks might be related with the coronary calcium increase. The AI can analyze that, and it can put it in your medical record and put a red flag around it. There is a risk of a heart attack. If you don't implement any measures, if you don't do anything, then you need to work on that. It used to be the case that you needed to have special equipment for that. Healthcare is now based data-driven and transparent with AI, and the information about your family members is consolidated and helps to dynamically monitor your health state, to forecast the development of the diseases, and move into a preventive healthcare when you have planned visits to the doctors. I hope that the information today was good, was instructive, and I hope that you will have AI-driven assistants that will be trustworthy and will help you take care of yourself. Thank you very much, and stay healthy.
Интернет-магазин одежды.
Online garments shop, thousands of items, thousands of brands, endless filters. You go through it, and after an hour you have not found anything, and you don't know if it fits. The other picture, you have an app. It knows your style, your image. You get the clothes that combine with each other. This is a kind of an assistant that helps you to understand what garments to choose. Now it is a reality. Petal Kolzi from LaModa will show you how it works.
Всем привет!
Hi everyone, my name is Piotr, and I'm going to talk about virtual stylist. I would like to land AI on the following. The topic is kind of sacred on the one hand, on the other hand it's pretty down to earth. What to wear, what style to have. In LaModa We know perfectly well that people have problems of combining things. They don't know what fits them, what to wear. Every day we try to resolve this task. You know, it might be a simple choice in some cases, or it might be a torture with hours spent and, you know, your nervous system being racked. Now, I'm going to talk about a change in in this approach. We have a corporate party, a party at the office. So you have to understand what to wear without spending a lot of time and resources and to have a good mood. If you know about this style, you can go the classical. There's a classical way to go to the brick and mortar store and to find some clothes there. This is how we resolve the tasks. We went shopping. You have to spend a couple of hours, go through some shops in the shopping mall. You try to understand how it fits. It's very hard to navigate through the shopping malls. Now let's go to a digital space and a marketplace. Yes, the choice is much greater. It's all available in your smartphone, but there are limitations. First of all, you have to understand what filters to choose, what areas of catalog you have to go through, what sections of the catalog you have to go through. And sometimes you need to understand how to formulate your search request, because the machines don't understand everything, and this is a complicated task as well. And to get inspired, to get references, to understand the color scheme that we're talking about, and to understand what will fit, what will be in line with the style. To get inspired, you can go to Pinterest and other image platforms. You will see a lot of content, but you will still have to resolve the task of putting up, collecting the clothes items. Usually in Pinterest and other platforms, they don't have the codes for the clothes, so you have to collect it manually and to search for it manually. Now, the corporate style is pretty standard. I mean, online, you can find a lot of articles about any style, about any piece of garment. But what are the components that are needed for a good look? First is the visual combination. It's not that you have to find some parameters, some descriptions. You have to think about the overall image. In LaModa, we train neural network to select the images, the look, based on the data on that. We're talking about the fashions, and also the AI helps to find the clothes that are available, that are in store. Now, some people have broad shoulders, or some people want to make them look broader. Some people want to accentuate some parts of their body or hide them. And here you have the personalized recommendations based on your views and your looks and recommendations and previous data. And we will show you the things that will fit. The preferences can be also selected, but we're talking more about the tools. We're talking about the neural networks, about our algorithms, but it's not really intelligence, right? Now, the question. This old money style. How to distinguish between real old money style and like fake old money style? And to get the understanding, the basic understanding of what it is, you can use AI. Our chatbot can be used. It will give you the major properties of old money. Usually it's beige or some neutral colors, it's loafers or some classical shoes. And having read all that, we'll say, okay, yeah, that looks okay, but we're going to an office party that starts in a couple of days. So we can, and here we say, okay, we can find you the clothes for that, and it is in line with the things that you want to find. Now, AI talks the same language with you. You don't have to find the filters. You don't have to make the search request. Is simpler. You might find a T-shirt and an old money look. Now, we talked about the images, about this overall style and look, and customizing everything for yourself in one product that will help you to resolve all of your clothing tasks. And let's talk about how it actually works. How to make sure that you can work with that. The first and the key thing is data, and you will hear about that on this conference. Data are needed for AI, and you have a lot of training sets for that. And might be different formats. The dialogues with the stylists and clients can be the description of the looks and the selection of good looks. Articles where we give an algorithm some knowledge in terms of what are different styles, what are things that can be combined and should not be combined. And then training. Sometimes we ask a model to generate the dialogue fully or to continue the dialogue. So these are different formats that are put within one picture as a parts of the puzzle. And then you have to validate it. There are some offline metrics. We cannot test every version of the algorithm on every user and to get statistically viable information and metrics. And obviously, you have to reiterate that over and over again.
Sometimes they're following patterns which we don't want. We had a case with monochrome or with dialogue chains where the AI learned not something that we wanted it to. And then when only then we realized how it happened. So going through many stages after collecting a lot of data, can we say that it's enough to fully digitize fashion and use just one bot to get the solution for all needs? No, for the better or worse, because a very important of fashion is the feeling, is about creativity, about self-explication. It's something that we have inside. Someone expresses themselves through fashion, someone through other things, and it is fantastic. We cannot teach the AI or even a complex model to be a person. The AI cannot think as a person, but it can help you find some looks or something that you want to wear, what kind of impression you want to make, what kind of look do you want to choose, a conservative one or maybe a rowdy one, and it can help you choose your clothes. So if it's a good AI, if it's a trained AI, if it learns much about fashion, then it can match you with the goods that you actually need, help you choose your look, select the clothes. So, digitizing fashion completely is not the thing we should do, because there are people and there are tools that allow them to solve a problem. And, a stylist is an AI stylist, something that can make fashion affordable. If you don't have the time or the interest to invest hours into studying references, you could go directly to the ready looks and then adapt them to your needs and find something that builds upon what you feel. Thank you very much.
Вы решили изменить жизнь.
You decided to change your life to become more fit. You need a workout plan, a personal trainer, is expensive. A universal program from the internet doesn't work. There should be a AI program that builds a program for you and adapts to you and changes every day. It's real. Thousands of people prepare for marathons using AI trainers. Oleg Mazurov from All Might Sports, who will tell us how to make such workouts personal and efficient.
Всем привет! Сегодня
Hello, everyone. Let's talk about running and how we use AI for that. So, running is becoming more and more popular, and it has been on the rise for the last 40 years. In some countries, it's so popular that 25 to 30% of population engage in running.
еще одним характерным показателем
Another good indicator of the popularity is how many marathons are done and how many people participate. At the start of the 80s, where all the marathons began, just a couple of hundreds of fans participated. Right now, the biggest marathons, the so-called majors, have 50 to 60,000 participants and are a big scale events, city scale or even world scale. In Russia, this has been on the rise and it's very fast. The popularity of running is growing and it's becoming more and more popular. So how many participants? You can see that with the Moscow Marathon. The number of participants grew almost 3 times. And now it's 16,000. And the overall number of fans who are preparing for that is 400,000. In Russia, 3 to 5 million people run, not as many as in Europe, where 50 million run. But it's still a very... sports, the kind of sports that's on the rise. It's popular with students as well. There are special even running clubs. The number of participants grows every time by hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, the services connected to running and the goods and services also grow. In Europe, the money that the running fans spend on everything connected to running is 200 billion euros. It's running shoes, gadgets, smart watches, Strava or Adidas running apps with 100 million users each. But there is a big challenge that's not solved. It has existed for a long time. How these people should train. The more people train, the more the demand for preparation. Sometimes it's done in old-fashioned ways. They're finding their own fitness trainers, or they do it on their own, or they do it in groups. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's not, because self-training as self-treatment is not always efficient, and sometimes it can even lead to traumas. Or they can get a training plan from the internet. It's also a bad thing, because the plan can be put on the wall, and if you have a trauma, and if it stops working, if you go to a business trip, for example, something hinders, it will not work. Then people start looking for trainers and find out that it's very expensive. But also there are not enough trainers, because there are millions of people who want to do that, and there must be hundreds of thousands trainers. In Russia, as of now, there are about 2,000 trainers. Nearly not enough. A fitness tracker is also a good thing, but also it can help because people don't understand what to do with it. They show some numbers, but what to do with them, they don't understand. There should be a scalable solution that should help an unlimited number of people train on their own in an adaptive way when they find it convenient and with the levels of intensity that they actually that actually suit them. And so we decided to create a special trainer based on AI that uses a big array of data that's generated by smartwatches that almost every person uses today. The pulse, the tempo, the length of sleep, there's much data, and they can be used to adapt a special training plan for every person. This process has just begun, but biggest organizers of marathons in the world work with such apps to ensure that all the runners have this kind of solution that could actually help them. So the better the runner is prepared, then the better their memories, the better the performance, the better the positive impression, the better things they will tell their friends, etc., etc. So it's a better customer experience. The examples of the organizers who work with such apps, one is Oh My Sports, ours. For example, the Moscow Marathon works with us. For about 15,000 people have downloaded our app and I use that to prepare. And all of the starts in the running community, which includes the Moscow Marathon, are serviced by this app. Many participants of these marathons download this app as a personal trainer. The New York Marathon works with runner. If you know something about triathlon, the Ironman Global Series, it works with TriDot. The London Marathon works with Coupa. It's also a personal trainer. It doesn't use as much AI. It's more of a plan constructor. But anyway, all of these work on the basis of the data and how they're interpreted by AI algorithms to build individual plans. I won't tell you very much about all the stars that we work with. It's not the Moscow Marathon. It's also the free marathons, White Nights Marathon, the Students' Cup, the Luzhniki Marathon. So more and more organizers have to started to work with us because there are many participants who they want to prepare, and there are not enough trainers, and so it's a natural choice for them. So what do organizers get? We know, but what do the runners get? For example, how their performance is improved. On average, the performance is improved drastically. 14.6% is the average statistical growth of the performance for our runners in a certain period of time. It doesn't seem like much, but if you look at the minutes, for various differences, it's a lot. For the marathon, it's 36 minutes improvement, 16 minutes for half marathon, and 9 minutes for 10 kilometers. It's a lot. It's a lot. This time can be spent on something else. You can understand how much this is for the disciplines where every second matters. So what's inside? This is a very simple and easy process of loading. You identify your types of sports, choose the triathlon or running or bicycle, and then you choose run, and then tap run, and then on the screens you have an individual training plan where you have a detailed plan, videos, or you can connect various smart devices, or a Garmin profile, for example, and you can talk to the assistant or write to a trainer. So this combines physical contact through the chat and digital contact and digital service. Many people are actively using these capabilities, and they are using the chat very actively. What to eat, what kind of running shoes they need. So connecting various smartwatches is something that can be done, looking at how the fitness profile is changing, or opening new things, learning something new about running. self-evaluation or understanding your potential, these are the capabilities of the app. For the people who want to get more from the app and to engage in running for a longer time, choosing days, decreasing the opportunities, or increasing the opportunities, decreasing the time or effort spent is something that they can do. And it is done on a big scale, without any limitations to the number of people involved. Everyone can download it and start running. So I urge you to start doing this if you have not yet done so. And maybe start from running 5 kilometers and then build on that.
Утро. Вы просыпаетесь.
You get up in the morning, you have all the minutes for the day, the deadlines, and then you don't have any energy in the end of the day. What if the technology could analyze your level of stress, your sleep patterns, and then tell you when you need to work and how to build your day? It's not about productivity for the sake of productivity. It's about the balance. It's about living and not surviving. Salat Nasrullah knows how to find the balance in the chaos. The world around us is changing faster than anyone. Every day we wake up and the world is different. Technology is changing every minute of our lives. They change, analyze, they give hints, and with that they also overload us. The number of notifications is overwhelming. And, balance is between the speed and efficiency and the external and the internal things is something that is the luxury thing. So AI can help us to find this balance to our natural rhythm. My name is Said Nasrullah. I'm heading the Disrupt Laboratory of Sber Devices. It's the lab where we study how technologies can change people's lives. It's not just the product, it's the new customer experience that we're looking for. New ways of people to work with the technology. And as part of this area, I'm responsible for wearables. We have just launched the Sber Smart Ring, and it's something special because the sales were very big. It's not about marketing, it's not about hype, it's about the fact that this helps people feel better. It's not about number of steps, it's about the quality of life. There are many approaches when developing the products. It's a deep customer research where we try to understand what's important for the people. It's analytics, specific metrics, it's fast development, prototyping, and feedback. And of course, it's about AI at every stage, where they can raise the algorithms, improve the experience, optimize the process. But if you ask them, what is that secret source of success? I'll answer, it's correct positioning, scientific precision. So we understood very well who we're creating this for. Only for those who work on the brink and looking for an inner balance. So we made a product based on science, specific research, precise algorithms, and reliability of data. So we learned to put this data into meaning. It's actually something that shows how the organism distributes energy between stress and relaxation. When person is efficient, this person performs nicely and then does things well. When the person doesn't have enough energy, then he or she is not as efficient. And that's where this ring comes into play. It's AI, which is specially trained in the medical domain. It compares indicators and sees interactions. So GigaChat brings numbers into people's interactions. It's not that you have just 60, your pulse is 68, and then it's lower or higher. It's about decreasing the loads, for example, or changing your plan, making the plans, make a number of deep breaths. It's about interpretation. It's about talking to the person using the language of care. It's about seeing patterns, the dynamics. So this ring understands where you start going out of your balance. It's like breathing. Well, stress and relaxation. If this rhythm breaks down, this will help you maintain this balance. During the first month, this ring collects your personal data to build your personal basic stress profile, the so-called baseline. And then only after that, the ring starts to analyze the deviations, not according to some average indicators, but based on your personal indicators. But the interesting thing becomes where technology meets human expertise. So we do not compare AI and doctors. We bring their expertise together. And then it means there's a soft recommendation to turn to Sber health specialists. This works as part of a single Sber's ecosystem. So we developed the algorithms which, together with doctors, allows identification of very dangerous anomalies. And then the ring tracks them in real time, analyzes trends, and if necessary, makes it possible to talk to a doctor in just one click. That's how AI and people work together, and I think that's the best understanding of the balance. We wanted to create a special category of experience, the devices that help you focus, that doesn't require attention but brings the attention back to you, supports you. Today, the smart ring is your personal silent assistant, which every day tells you whether you need to make a deep breath or to get a rest. And there's big technology and AI that lies beneath it. We live in the era where technology is the continuation of ourselves, the balance. It's not about the result, it's about the way. Thank you.
Анимация — это магия.
Animation is magic. Every frame is painted manually by painters and artists, but there are a lot of routine tasks, hours of it, and many people are engaged in that. What if AI can do that? What if it can unlock the time for the real creativity? The question is whether the magic will remain if we have algorithm doing the work. Anna Maryakova, the producer of Soyuz Multfilm, the cinema studio that produced many of the classical Soviet cartoons, and Anna Maryakova will say how AI can help create a perfect cartoon.
Всем привет!
Hi everyone! Today we're going to talk about AI in animation production. And the current animation production is a very complicated and multi-stage process, and using AI can be regarded, can be discussed in every stage of this element. You can now see all stages of the processes. If you go through it quickly, we're talking about the scenarios, animation, and I'm talking about people thinking up the characters, then it is all given some life. There is a 3D model, the animation, and the final picture, the final cartoon. Now we're going to go through all of these stages and to talk about AI applications that are available today. The first thing I wanted to talk about are about the trends that we see right now, and Obviously, the major question, maybe the major answer is to the question what AI does is the automation of processes. So there are some stages that can be accelerated with AI, and obviously we're talking about simplification and the speed. There was a meme, I remember, we thought that robots or AI will clean the snow, will remove the snow from the roads, and we will do creative things. And now we have it on the contrary. We are still removing the snow from the roads, and the AI is doing creativity. But even in creative field, without the humans, no neural network can give a high-quality result. So it will continue the human creativity. So NN can be regarded as a tool, only as a tool by an artist that will help them to deliver the work quickly and to deliver the high quality. Already today we discussed that, and we do this work with GigaChat. When we take a series, we train NNs based on that, and it generates conflicts. It's a multi-stage process, so the conflicts are generated. We're talking about what is going to be done in the series, then it is moved to a plot, and then the evolution. We're now on the first stage, but, appreciating the fact that it evolves really quickly, we understand that it will give us the opportunities to create great plots and dialogues. Our internal proprietary development, that is open source, by the way, it helps to simplify the work of the teams. When we talk about a full-fledged movie, it's like 8,520-page long book when we talk about the plot, and when we talk about the characters and the objects there, what do they do? All of that should be described by the people, but it can be done by AI. Everything can be uploaded to AI, and you will have as an output an Excel with the number of characters, the number of objects, and the interiors and exteriors where these characters actually act. And the lighting and other things, all of this is discussed, and it really helps. The best is generation. Obviously, we work with generated images and videos, and first of all, we do that on the development stage because it makes the work of the artist much simpler. To put it in perspective, before an artist gave some references when there was a scope of task formed, but the references were not really, did not really sometimes reflect everything that was in his head, in his creative mind. And now he can create the references that are fully in line with the tasks that they want to achieve. And this means that the output, meaning the images, are much more are created in a much more productive fashion. Some NNs can color some of the pictures. It can be done by humans, and you would think it's simple and quick, but actually no. NN can do it much quicker, and it's a much simpler way. Moreover, the neural networks can now be trained in style and understand the style of a project. That's very important in animation and cartoons, because the style of every project is individual, and when you need to develop some additional objects for the series, the cartoon series, you can train AI, and it will give you some results, like this car, for example, that is in line with the style of the series, of the cartoon. We use AI to check how the characters interact with the things around them. We had a 3D model, and we put a scarf on this cat, and we put it in the real environment. to understand whether the scarf fits. This hypothesis checking helps to drastically reduce the time for production, because if we were doing it manually with Enriga, Maya, and all of our other technical tools, it would take much longer. Checking whether the character and the style fits the environment and testing the anatomy of a non-standard character is something that is optimized by AI. All of these animations that you see on the screen is generated by AI. It's of very high quality, and our animation experts, very high quality professionals, say that this is animation of great quality. Animating birds is a very complicated process, and the fact that the neural network can do that, they understand how wings and claws are moved by the bird, is a great leap forward for the technology. The animation, this is a wraith, that's a ghost. We wanted to understand how it moves, and we wanted to understand how is it moving before it goes in production. Lip sync. These are the models that we're testing, and it's important thing to say that when we talk about the generation of the lip sync from humans, AI understands everything, because the data set it is trained on is mostly the pictures of real people. When we start to work with style, something might break. What do I mean? If a character has like, instead of a full-fledged mouth, they have like a direct line, the AI might not read it as a mouth, but they're getting better and better. Now, technical thing, upscale, but for us it's a very important thing. Upscale is, in simple words, improving the quality of the picture. So we have 2.5K as an input, and with upscale we can make it a 4K. So if we were making a 4K, a real 4K, in terms of the production costs, it will be much higher than upscaling it from 2.5K. Another important thing is the text-to-speech based on reference. I would be honest in saying that some actors are concerned about this tool because they feel that they might be replaced by AI. We are using it for tests. It's not ideal in terms of intonation, and for now actors are much better. However, this is the development that can work. Here we have a 10-second reference. Yes, I cannot do that anymore, says the character, and then we get the text. You remember the times when I was running barefoot and was fighting for bananas with the monkeys? And now the generation of sounds, generated sound. The materials in Russian should be translated into other languages, should be localized and adapted to other languages. And this year, we started to use AI for that, and we would like to share you what we had, how we were able to use AI to fully change the Russian teaser in English language.
Charvodia, the world of ancient magic. 7 stones, 7 powers, 7 roads. Create, manage, destroy, or heal. What power do you have?
Вот, и, собственно, еще один.
And another video that we did in the same fashion, it's the dialogue.
Disaster! It's gone! This is no fun!
Hello, baby Flo.
see.
Wait.
A whole pot of honey.
The pot was tucked away where no one could see.
Вот, собственно, не будем смотреть все.
Well, we're not going to watch the entire cartoon, but it's fully translated, localized, and it's very useful. I'm wrapping up, and I try to talk about AI applications in our industry. In the end, I would like to highlight the problems that are still unresolved and that can be resolved with AI. And we're talking about the consistent, still stylization. In terms of consistency, the progress is tremendous and the dynamics is very positive. In terms of the styling, I've said before that the data sets are made on humans and stylization might not always be recognized by AI, but in these 3 years we see that the dynamics is positive. It's just a bit slower than in other areas. The second thing is that now AI, not always, but delivers the quality that we need, the quality of for us as an animation industry. If I talk about the generation of a 3D model, there should be some grid that should be followed. If we were talking about the picture, an image, it should have layers and should have a certain quality. These challenges have not been addressed yet, but obviously there are some legal issues that can be addressed in different manners. I think that it will be soon resolved by the regulators, but still there are some legal issues that remain. This was everything that I wanted to talk about. And in the end of my presentation, I would like to say that I really like this quote I want to share with you. We thought that we would be killed by AI, but really the low intelligence can kill us. Thank you very much.
Сколько новых перспектив
How many great perspectives and fantastic discoveries delivered by AI in animation helps to create cartoons quicker for the young ones. The Secrets of the Third Planet. Captain Seleznov is now added by GigaChat Assistant. It's a classical cartoon where the characters will go through Giga Universe and have a new meetings and other things. It will ensure the inspiration. After that, it will be followed by the big panel session with 8 panelists. There will be a debate, and the panelists will exchange their experience. Gavril Gardeev, the general producer of OKO, will be the moderator. Now let's go to the Giga Universe. Seleznov, Alisa, and Zeleny. How many light years went by? What are you doing? We're upgrading, we're installing AI assistant. What are you doing when all these things are happening in the universe? Well, we have challenges again. What are the problems again we face? There are things that happen on various planets. Oh, we have to save him. Update has been installed. Let's talk about the parking rules on this planet. Can I be the captain for this time? Okay, but just make sure you follow GigaChat's commands. That's weird. Where is this guy? What is happening? Okay, we landed somewhere. We don't know even where. We have an alternative universe. Everything looks like anime. What? I don't want to be an anime. Guys, I'm here. Some evil guy is opening the whole chain of portals. We have to catch him. Look, there's another portal. Someone entered it. Let's go there as well. Yeah, this is the bad guy. This is the villain. Let's catch him. Yeah, that's the guy. Let's catch him. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do anything. I am a cosmic mole. I was making tunnels to understand the universe, but I got lost myself. GigaChat, can you analyze all that? Yes, I structure the data and I make the analysis. Wow, GigaChat. Now you know everything about the universe. The access to the universe data has been gathered. Data synced and collected. We're going back. Wow, that was something. GigaChat, where can we have some rest after such a journey? And let's have no adventures for today. Well, the planet of visa-free sands is something that we need to visit. Starting off.
Добрый день, дорогие зрители, добрый день, уважаемые.
Hello, dear friends, dear colleagues. Hello, everyone. It is for the first time that we are united by such a unique event as AI Journey, and we're going to talk for the first time about cinema and how AI in Russia is used in various environments, in various forms, various types of production of TV series, movies. We have big specialists here from the movies industry and from the technologies industry as well. Daria Vereshchagina, wonderful actress. Daria Moroz, also an actress. Also a director, sometimes the author. I won't present the others, but, you know, seriously speaking, it's Alexander Noskov, the showrunner, a scenarist for the new movie, The Magic Precinct, which actually, it's the second part, and the first part had many awards. So a good scriptwriter, and we will learn whether AI helps him do that or not. Maxim Kozlov, head of Sber Studios, the most technologically advanced production. I know that you're presenting this as an area of immersive tech at Sber, and we're going to tell more about what you do, because not many people understand what technology can do. Not all technology can be identified when we look at a certain movie. Givont Andreasyan, a producer, very talented, very well known producer of many movies, and some of them made for Oko, which is very cool, thanks to Givont. There was Russia's first series for children appeared, and we will talk with him how AI helps replace scriptwriters, actors, and then Mr. Vanin, responsible for GigaChat. I think the person who we're going to talk to for the majority of time, because there's a very important point here. Many people don't want to talk about this, but the cinema as it is and the movies industry is the most pirated industry. is because many technologies that appear in the world, if they haven't appeared in Russia, we're still trying to use them, regardless of whether it's legal or illegal. We're trying to copy them, etc., etc. So it's not going to wait for the Russian camera to be invented. It will use the camera that exists in the world. Or the software, for example, it's the same. We're looking for ways to use it in any way, regardless of whether it is used in legal way or not. It's a separate ethical matter, but we must accept that the industry is like that. So while we're talking about the fact that the GigaChat is developing, the majority of colleagues, the producers, and are using other neural networks, Asian or European neural networks, for various purposes and various stages. So if we talk about that, about the stages in production, I think neural networks are used in every one of them, starting from the script. You'll tell about that, right? How they're using it. It doesn't mean that it's written by a neural network. It's just used. Also, for concepts, compositions, costumes, locations, the design. This is where the neural networks are used. It's for visual, including this Bears-Kandinsky network, not just Midjourney. There are others as well. And then, with every stage, there are more and more. Of course, the replacement of the video made by people is not fully possible within AI right now. I think we'll begin with you, Alexander, because you, as a scriptwriter, is the representative of that part of the industry which, protested, at least in the USA, protested against the AI. So all the language models, learn using our scenarios, and we don't get anything from that. Of course, it was 3 years ago, right? Now we have achieved a level where there's some sort of regulation, some sort of the licensing rules, and in a certain way, maybe the copyright is based on that in some way. So what's your personal take on that? How do you use that? Hello, everyone. First of all, I thought about that today. What does GPT mean for me? GPT, Claude, and some other AI agents too, which I use. And so I asked ChatGPT, how do you help me? And then it gave me all of my requests, analyzed all of my requests. I told him, how does it help me? And then it did that. There are a number of points. I can say whether it's right or wrong. First, GPT helps generate ideas, concepts, and projects. Yes, but it doesn't generate ideas nicely. Helps form the logline and the stories. I don't want to write synopses, loglines. It's the analysis that they give you, and the AI is doing this very nicely for me. And at that moment, in the marketing, there's one copywriter starts to cry. All the copywriters start to cry. Something we're going to do. Descriptions of every series, of every episodes, in the series, are done. And I don't want to do that. And it's all done in 1 minute. No one actually needs them, but still we need to correct them. Structurizes the sequences and the acts. Well, it does, but it's still not very nicely done, not very cool. It's more of a mathematics, not something new. Episode by episode plans, breaking into scenes. Also, I don't agree with that. They cannot do that in a good enough way. They lack creativity for that, so I can say that there's teamwork here. Me and the AI. So it helps, sort it out. Like if mathematician works with a calculator, it doesn't replace him. A simple calculator, it just calculates and that's it. And AI, I think, performs the same function. Change the dramaturgy, escalation somewhere yes, somewhere no. I don't believe that. It can tell you that you have a repetition here and here. It can do that. Also, it can tell you it told me that a certain part of the movie is very long, and so I looked it over with a fresh view, and I realized it was rather long. It's an important moment because right now many platforms, including Oko, that use we not write scenarios, but this work is we have our own AI agent that's called AI Doctor. All of the location matters for the production, brings them apart into the things that may be important to produce the movie. It's not the editor that edits and changes that, but the editor that helps to read it in the right way, to read the scenario in the right way. I agree. But the matter is, when you begin to ask for some dramaturgical things, then not every scenario can have mathematics adapted to it. But so with the lack of mathematics, this is something that starts. Thanks for telling that. But with that, you told you that you don't need a co-author. I never need a co-author. So for egotistical creators like me, the AI is something that is actually a requirement. Something that will mirror your own thoughts. On the other way, depending on how you ask question, whether you ask the right questions, that's how they're going to answer. I remember when I asked questions, I'm using Claude right now. It was very, patronizing, and some people would find it very good, but I didn't find it good. I made him do very specific, to work in a very specific way. I wanted it to criticize me, and it couldn't do that at the start. Also, there's Monday for the paid version, who is very critical. Using personal experience, it's the GigaChat that you worked with, and it wasn't GigaChat. I had a sympathy with it. It started to give you compliments. Where classical, especially in the movies, we started to criticize things. These work, these don't work. If we use GigaChat, then. And it surprised me. It showed that it understands that I'm critical about it. I was, very, very surprised for the first time when the first technology that you start to be empathic about. I think in some way I didn't like that this dialogue got lost somewhere. We had this spark. We had the chemistry. So in art, it could be something that we might be afraid of. Many viewers could think about that, because we think AI is formed with movies where AI is bad, is smarter, faster. So it's also one of the problems because we don't have the right good understanding of the technology in modern cinema. What about Blade Runner? Give examples. The Smarter Than Me series. which is in Oko. It's a very positive picture of the technology. But the matter is that the relations that appear is good because it's learning, and I could ask it to write certain things in my own style. That's fantastic. Also, what I identified is the psychology, because they have a big psychological database. I can understand the psychology of a certain character, and this is very nice. I'm not a psychologist. They are expensive. The AI is cheaper. So I want to show you this. The AI voice recorder. That's it. With AI, any phone conversation, so I turn it on, and it brings it down to certain bullet points, summary for every. Yes, and do you tell the person you're talking to that he was recorded? Because there are things that are, and after meeting, I'm sent the explanation of all the meeting. I realized that the person couldn't do this. It's not something that I like. It means it was recorded. If everyone is warned, it's okay. Maybe we will touch upon some ethical matters. So what do you use? What I use from psychological point of view, I'm using the editor who can tell me some things, and then what the last thing I've done, the very good thing, I made an LLM on the Magic Precinct, a small AI, directly on this series. I loaded all of the series there, and now I have a separate thing where I can put any question based on this project. And so it shows me whatever I need. So say which all of the love lines of the dwarf, and then it gives me that. And it's only my thing. I don't share it with anyone. I might add someone there. It is very convenient. Can I add to that about writing verses? I needed to write a bad verse based on the scenario, and GPT chat couldn't do it nicely. It was still bad after the 20th time, but there was one phrase about the food linked them, and so just one phrase helped me, and I wrote the rest of the verse on my own. GigaChat is writing verses very nicely. There was even a release with the songs. So if I want to tell my kids something, I'm writing a song with GigaChat. I can show it that. It's, the capabilities of the neural networks. They have their own specifics. Some neural networks are used for e-com, for purchases. Some neural networks, for example, GigaChat, because it's in Russia, they work better with the Russian language and the Russian cultural code. And what you're telling us, it's about our data sets. So it's better with the Russian language than the Western models, and vice versa. So if you want to do something Russian style, the Western networks would just will have a high-level understanding. We have an in-depth understanding. I mean, GigaChat, that the Russian neural networks is something that it's more efficient, not getting an overhead view and having a small LLM. You can go deeper into the pre-train and get some Russian cultural code. So it means not everything that we need can be used. Can Sasha use GigaChat for his goals? I will at least try to right now. So before this conversation, you wouldn't do that, and now you would. Yes, as I said, neural networks specialize in some area, and so they're choosing their own niches, and we're the sole Russian neural network, no other. So we're trying to solve as many tasks as possible. If we choose some area, say healthcare, law, or some other area, we can switch all the maps, all the data scientists, put their efforts there. In a very short period, we will be able to achieve the results that could be on par with the Western models. And we will be better in Russian law. And the matter is just about the choice. And so what we spoke about today, if the industry has a request for working with videos, with everything that's related to video content production, then this request should be formed, we should meet, and we will then develop that. I met with our sound producers, and then the audience split into two parts. One part said that we should just ban it all, and the second part said that previously we had to hire musicians for jams and then to make a song out of that. Now the neural network generates 100 options and we choose whatever we like, and then we hire musicians for 2 hours. They play this melody and that's it. And then it works at Yandex Music or in Sberzvuk. So whether it replaces or helps, it depends on how you use it. You can work with the musicians for a week, or you can tell them to play something that you already like. For me, a neural network is a friend, a helper. It's not about scenario or video. I take a specific project, I describe it. For example, a new Prostokvashino episode, so I put it everywhere. Give me the whole explanatory basis, the genetic code, the values. I know a lot. I know it's all in our culture, but to make it so deep, is in such small detail, I can't do that, and it can. The same thing with marketing. I might ask a question, and I'm asking very difficult questions, and so at some moment I begin to understand. Of course, it gives the results that are more applicable to the American model or the European model, but out of all that it gives me, I choose the things that I actually need, and then I pay the attention to only the things that matter, and only where there is sense. Because we discuss a lot, hundreds of things, so it just serves as an analyzer.
Yes, and apart from that, if you talk about posters, I'm uploading a poster, like, for example, there might be some variants, some options, and I give the tasks to it that I need. It doesn't know what I need to do. And I say, okay, this is the artist of this level. I need to accentuate this artist. I describe everything, and after that, it selects what should be done in the poster. But it will never say that, okay, this artist will get offended if you don't put him on the poster. Well, I mean, the agent of an artist or an artist himself will tell you that. I mean, you don't need to AI for that. Yeah, because they... I mean, you know, I get it. It's like, wait, I mean, I understand that, you know, sometimes I dread the dialogue with an artist that is going to last for 2 hours, so maybe it should be automated. Right. So we, you know, have discussed a lot of topics, and we're going to discuss generative AI. But before we go to the generative AI, generated examples, I would like to give the floor to Daria Vereshchagina. What is your take on AI? What neural networks are you using? maybe you are quite cautious about the technologies that start to replace artists. You know, this reface technologies, deepfake, yes, reface technologies. Well, I use ChatGPT when I try to understand the role. It's a great assistant. You put the scenario, you put a plot there, and you say, interpret the role of this character. It gives, answers to some questions that you might have. And the structure is built. It's like talking with the director. So you're discussing the essence of the scenario, right? You're talking about the motives of the character. Yes. I just deep dive in everything. I think it's great. So it's not to ask questions to the director. Sometimes artists and actors do not have time to ask questions to directors because everything is shot quickly. Actors might not have time for rehearsal, so it's great to have actors who are prepared. If they're not prepared, that's obviously worse. So, okay, you are using that. To make sure it's more exciting for you to answer this question, I'll give the floor to Max. Could you please tell me the following? Okay, I know your progress. What have you been able to achieve? I understand how it helps to save the resources in the cinema making industry, but the risks of replacing these or that processes that used to be human processes, manual processes, now it's all automated. I mean, could you talk about that a little bit? Yeah, because, when we talk about putting some prompts in AI and getting the video, there is no magic there. It will not be put in production. There is some fun production and real production, You can do some AI-generated preview or understand the concept. Because, when we say that the processes will change and the neural networks will replace us, that's not so. With AI, totally new tools are being created. They change all the classical pipelines that have been in use for decades, and that's very important. And the classical production, meaning the schedules and other things, there are new tools, but the process has not changed. It's an entire production process with many players involved and stages involved. But now we see that we remove a whole section, a whole team or several teams, and we replace it with AI. And it testifies to the fact that the quality that AI delivers is something that we are okay with. And we're saying replacing teams. We do not replace the people. We change the processes, we change the pipelines. And now when we're talking about serious production, we appreciate the fact that, first of all, it helps us to drive down the production time. It helps frees up the time for the screenwriters to create something better. And these technologies help to unlock our potential, really, and make something really better. I mean, there might be some kind of a struggle with AI, that they are replacing humans. No, it's a tool that can help us do better. But those who used to, manually remove the green background in the videos, they had to use a new tool now, or they will lose their job. Yeah, the technology is moving forward very rapidly. It would be great if we use it as a tool, as an assistant, but that would not replace a human being. And it will, remain a tool. Do not be shy pronouncing these words, These are words that should be set in stone. Yeah, right now, you can see the synthesized frames by AI. You can see that human actors are relevant. And who will be removed? Well, the crowd shots, the crowd scenes, for sure. What about the stuntmen? No, they will remain. The decoration, I mean, the production starts using these LED screens, but it's all combined anyway, guys. Because from building decorations to this screens, white screens, the computer graphics, the decorations, and AI generation, everything is combined, you know, it all helps to ensure that we have the proper scale for the money and for the time frame where we were that used to be nothing, you know. It's like when, like 10 years ago, we were not able to do a sci-fi movie because it would take like 10 years and billions. And we can do it in like 2 years now. Maybe in Western countries they can do it quicker, but the gap is closing. Yeah, but you know, like in Hollywood and here, the people who are great in creating graphics were a very selected few, but now small production companies can do the same with AI, and they can do it quicker and cheaper. That will help us to have great movies. Yeah, you know, there's groomers, for example. These are the designers who do the movements for the animals. You know everything, right? Yeah, well, I do. Just to, you know, I mean, we're not ending our discussion, we're just starting. This year in Oko, we launched our own mascot, Buboko, so to speak. It's kind of a monster, small monster, and it became a mascot of a child for child profiles. Is he here? Yes, I can see him, but you cannot. Mascot? What does mascot mean? Mascot is a kind of a character. Yeah, sorry, I'm not in the Vogue here. It's kind of a symbol. Okay, thank you for explaining. It's like Cheburashka, you know. Okay, that will be my 10th word in English language. Groomer and mascot. Yeah, right. Anyway, Buboko, that's his name. Did you come up with the name? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, I mean, kids said that, yeah, that's Buboko for sure. Adults didn't get it. Hello, my name is Buboko, and we get a lot of letters and emails. Let's read them all. Small guy Haver is writing to us. He really liked the movie about that red-haired girl. Haver, fantastic picture, fantastic drawing. Maybe you can become an animator. Now, this is a non-professional video. Obviously, this video was done in like 2 hours, generated by a couple of AIs. The voice generated. I mean, you have seen this like claws that are gigantic, but you know. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that it's done instantaneously. There are some things that can be done in like 15 minutes. And you know, I made this. My children did not want to go to bed. Hello everyone, you should go to bed maybe now, because it's high time to do that. And they were like, wow, Buboko answered us something, and they went to bed. Wow, look at that. That's some... My children would make the video where this character would say, told me to go to bed. Well, you know, in a nutshell, the message is that right now in open source and various social network, there's a lot of trash kids content that is done by non-professionals, bloggers and people who just wanted to ride the hype. This is a trash content, and it is watched by many kids, and it is like it is portrayed as educational videos, and they're just badly made. But if you use AI, first of all, you can remove the words, your words from the panel, for example. Yeah, just a joke, and you would be able to have an aesthetically acceptable content for the kids. Because right now, to make some movies for kids, you have to have psychologists, teachers, and animators. Now with experts in pedagogy and psychologists, kids psychologists, you can create some content. I mean, this content is needed because children watch all that, and when they watch some bad stuff that is not that is bad in terms of aesthetics, it's the results are not great, obviously. So generated kids content is something I think is promising. I think it should be personalized. Yeah, well, that's another stage. Yeah, something that you have shown for the kids is something that should be personalized, you know. Could I please add? Yeah. Now, you said that there's a lot of trash content. Obviously, that led to the 2-time decrease from the sales in animation. It has never been so. Cartoons have always been very popular, very stable. But the demand has gone down. Why? Because people started to watch all that. But at some point in time, they would want to have a proper quality, a proper plot and animation. They will go back. But now I think we will have this 3-year winter, so to speak. And if some professionals can work on that and great cartoons, then they will produce a better quality cartoon. And people will play with the generated trash content, and they will use it, and then they will understand it's unacceptable, and they will use a proper quality cartoon. Yeah, I will just give you a small snippet. We're making a series with Givond. We're just having some drafts right now. Yeah, it's like we were using AI to have in 1 week to test drive some of our ideas. Yeah, the script, the plot is human written. Producers are needed as well, but we're going to give you a snippet of one series. 1958, July 23rd. Hello, my name is Denise. I live with my mom, whose fried potatoes, is the best in the world, and with my dad, who knows everything in the world. And 1958, in summer, I was only 6 years old. I was not going to school, but even back then I knew that the adventures can be found anywhere. Just go outside. And in our courtyard, something great happened. Big construction. The bricks and the wood being moved to the construction site. There were sandcastles. The workers were really great. We helped them as we could. They showed us everything. Well, this is just a test drive. Yeah, that's what we have discussed. What are we, trying to understand with this test? We understand that the character, the life of the character is different, that there are some visuals that are not in line with the cultural code. For example, I don't think that in 1958 the Soviet children were wearing these boots. Yeah, the Pixar style cartoons were not there. Yeah, but I mean, all of this can be resolved, but the major problem that we have is that we don't have our own animation style, Russian animation style. it's very hard for us to have this our own characters, with this huge, with this kind of American style faces. But it's very hard to get this, mid-Russian town guy, normal guy who would be in cartoon. But at some point in time, we'll be able to create that, because right now, when you upload like Corrida and Bull, you have all this kind of people with black hair, kind of Spanish, Portuguese style people, and yeah, it's like when you the AI can give you the generalized answer, but right now we can use specialized AI, and you will be able to work with specialized AI, and you will be able to get your style, the style that you need. Yeah, just exchange your contacts. It's like in a year, it really developed. That was the pace of development was great. I think multiplication have never been going so quickly. And there's never been growing so quickly as it did in this year. And I think that this will affect animation, and in a couple of years it will affect the cinema, the movies. I think animation will be the first one to go. I think it's like using content and kind of being a parasite of the content. There are artists who give what people want, but it's like trash, It's like just give me something, you just give some content, and that's it. And something that I've seen right now, it's my sincere opinion, I just hope it's a first step to something more creative. But right now, it's an attempt to do some cheap content using the Dragunsky name, kind of, exploiting his name. Sorry for being a little bit aggressive, but I would have never shown this cartoon to my son. And we will not give that to your son, But my son would love to watch this cartoon. That's the difference. Okay, let me try to explain. You have said all the right words, but we said that we just wanted to test drive the idea. We did it in 1 week. We said, okay, a boy can look like that. He is like this character from Dragunsky writer. Dragunsky has like 68 stories. I thought he had 68 kids. No, just like small kids for book, 5-page book, 25-page book, and I got the rights for this 68 stories.
I made a 20-episode series on the Karusel channel in many online cinemas, and in animation, when we calculated it 4 years ago, it just wasn't feasible, financially feasible, to make an animated cartoon of Deniskin's stories, because no one would pay for that. Now we have a chance, using this neural network, to the capabilities and the talent, using the right people, to have a cartoon based on that. Because the series that I made based on that, it's 7 to 8 plus, not for the 3-year-old child. And the format that the AI can give us could be adopted for a child. Of course, it would help us build these universes, not something that can be done in the future, because this makes it easier for us to solidify our cultural code. Let us not go deep too much into the financial part. The matter here is for the cultural code to stay there, because we don't need very specific identifiers here. But the GigaChat, we drew Cheburashka with you. What are you doing at your workplace? What are you getting money for? So yeah, We drew Cheburashka with various neural networks, and the Western neural networks get something like Labubu. They don't know it. Like, the Spanish face or something like that. You need to train this neural network. So GigaChat can draw Cheburashka. And it's a matter of, we discussed that with colleagues from GigaChat. It's a matter of copyright, right? So you can't upload Nurstein there. I'm not talking about Soyuz-Multfilm or Mosfilm. We have our own original series made by Oko, which belong to us. I would share that with the neural network and would help it train it for a generative video on our content. But I must be responsible for the rights and make it in our own circuit, because GigaChat gives us opportunity as far as I know. A very big studio can train a generative model which will be based on a big library of data which exists. I think we need a separate meeting to discuss the legal part for that. I would like you to present as the super guest. He will now join the discussion, Nikita Glukhov. He's online with us, a very talented and very modern generative producer, I will call you like that, the person who is the head and the author of the project, the DJ Notebook. Let us watch this video. DJ Blocknote. A song based on a famous verse by Alexander Blok.
И повторится все как встать. Ночь ледяная, рябь канала, аптека, улица, фонарь.
And now it's the same verse.
Все будет так, исхода нет. Умрешь, начнешь опять сначала. И повторится все как встать. Ночь ледяная, рябь канала, аптека, улица, фонарь.
Ну чего?
What do you think of that? Nikita, hi. Yesenin's verses are even better. They work better with AI. Yeah, they actually exist. We know that all of us can. Where this kind of content is, it's in the open source. Yes, it can be accessed freely in all the allowed social networks. What kind of segment this is? So people, young men or grown-ups. I think that's a question to Nikita. Nikita, please tell us. Thanks to your videos, my children have learned actually some classic poets. Maybe they knew about them from school, but through that they became interested in that. You know, when you start to, you know, getting to learn the verses that you haven't heard before, or maybe you get interested in that. I think that's a positive thing. So first you are smiling, and then you're thinking, that's very funny. They took the verse and then generate video. And then you get a little bit addicted to that. You sort of go deeper into that, and you get some aesthetic pleasance from that. You know, I played block in this video. The animation is made by neural network based on my movements. It's not necessarily playing by itself. You can play it on your own, then change the first part of it is changed, and then it automatically rolls it out throughout the whole video. It's the second version of the video. 2 months have passed, and neural networks have made bigger steps. I remade this. First of all, it was smaller, not very consistent. Now it's consistent. It actually looks like the famous poet. Are you singing? No. The AI is singing, which I thought was very acceptable for that and very suitable for the appearance of Block and his voice. But with Yesenin, I tried to make it closer, because there are recordings of Yesenin's voice. But those who heard the real Yesenin's voice, after listening to this song, there was a voting. People didn't like Yesenin's natural voice. They liked actually the AI voice. I have a series of content which is not about singing, because the singing content is very hard to make using real voice. There is a series where the writers are telling us something with their own voice, and with their own voice telling us about themselves when it was possible. Who is the audience? The main audience is people are thinking that it's about the children, but 50% plus audience is people of about my age, 30, 40 years, and they show the children about Alexander Pushkin's books. They watch the videos about that, and they find it easier to remember. And some of the schools even use my content. So it's not my initiative, it's the initiative of the teachers to show such kind of content. Now I have the limitation. I cannot make adult content. I only make children's content, approved by parents, who then show this content to their children. You know, the question that frankly must be discussed, that I think 2 years ago, when you know, the neural networks just the first results were visible with the wow effect. The dialogue was very important. Who must work on the neural networks? Those who developed them. Well, the developers thought that we could make such networks that they could generate content, and there will be no need for a human creator. And the creators said that no, we don't need that, we'll do it on our own. So what happened? As a result, today there is a scriptwriter, producer. So Nikita made video production, worked on video production, and then you actually had to go deep into the technology, and then you started using this creativity together with technology. So technology did not replace creators, but the creators themselves started to use technology, and the creators as a whole, they wanted to replace the others. This is the process that's happening in this area. no one is replacing anyone, because the neural networks allowed to do something that we were not able to do because we didn't have these capabilities. So yes, we are using them for help. So, people are saying that it's used in schools. There's some short videos about our famous poets. This could not be done previously, because previously you need to find money, go to a museum, find actors. It was expensive. It wouldn't be able without a neural network. No, it's impossible. Because, for example, it can be done for 300,000 rubles or 50 million if it were done with human actors. So a neural network helps us open up new opportunities and areas. But that's very dangerous. Dangerous point whether AI stimulates creativity. With this logic, the answer is yes. But it can contradict. It's almost self-contradictory, but we're coming to that. But also, it's absurd. Because regardless of how you treat it, it develops without you. You still have to. You still have to adapt to that. If you block this whole story, sort of you will be behind that. Thank you for that. I'll give also the word to Daria. Question to you. What's your take? It's a very famous actress. Not to say this, not to say big words about that. I have two areas of this: the technological part and the emotional part and the ethical part. Because if we talk globally about that, creativity, what's about creativity? What is creativity? What is the creator? We understand that. I think the creator is a sort of a God's spark which gets into you and makes itself into a final result. If we look about the AI as an additional technology, then it's another thing. But I think people are afraid of the fact that AI at a certain point will start replacing creativity. For me, this is individuality plus errors, plus mistakes, or the right to a mistake. Can we get an emotion from a machine? Well, yes, we can, but what is behind that? For example, when an artist is saying that they think that they are the creators, then it's not right, because there is the muse, the god, the author, the poet, and the artist. And these are all parts of the same thing, and they are just all conduits, not just a single spark that falls into us, and that's it. So whether the AI is capable of being sorry for the death of someone close, and this grief would help this AI create something, I'm not sure about that. This is the spark of emotion that that is the incentive for creation. All the artists wanted to try something new, not a set of patterns out of a million and a million ideas that are part of the brain. It's the minute of individuality. It's for artists, for directors, for anything. It's we're mentioning that there's some auxiliary technology, and there's the fear of replacement, that we can use this synthetic thing to replace the real drawing, for example, done with a pencil. I think that's impossible, as far as I know. Yeah, I agree. It's what it is. And, the spiritual part is an indispensable part of creativity. And when we're talking about AI, this is a generative story. But at the same time, as I think, we can argue with that or not, but it's sort of makes it simpler. We are at the moment when the tool is being formed. It's not yet formed. We're beginning, we're starting that, we're getting the brush, and we were learning to use that, and to try to do more complex things with that. And only after a certain period of time we will realize what kind of brushes exist, how they are used, what to draw on. So there should be a code for that. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Seems like it is required. All of the conversations end with that. Let's write a code. So we're afraid of uncontrolled development, or afraid of something that we don't know. You know, when the cinema appeared, you can understand what happened, because theater was the basis of everything, and for them, cinema is, just it's, the same effect that they had. Understand? Cinema, we do not participate with that. But then, after a certain part of time, the theater didn't go away. It became more elite type. You talk about elitarization. It's manual work, and that's something automatic. It's not about something disappearing. It's about something new appearing. That's it. Something new will appear. I don't think one replaces the other. The one erases the other. Like people are saying, why are old movies being remade? They are not remade. They are put into a video. It's the same story, just made into a different video. One doesn't replace the other. It's like something soft right now. It will have a form, and at a certain moment they will have their own framework and go into its own niche. Yeah, no, what was the grassroots content when the UGC happened, and everyone thought that it's bad television, and then they thought it was more interesting than standard television. And then blogging is just as a whole area. It became personalized. And I have this question to DJ Blocknote.
So DJ Blocknote, you have created this video thinking that you have a great mission to teach Russian children of block poems of block, or you wanted people to watch it. What was the goal of this story? To get on the hype, or to have some or raising kids? Well, I have been working in videos for 15 years, and music. I have been doing music for about that time as well. Has been the 8th year since we are using the neural networks. I'm constantly testing the technologies, and when I have a new neural network when a new neural network appears, I tested the technologies for Pushkin and Lermontov, the famous Russian poets. So I just tested them. But as for the Block, a famous Russian poet as well, that was another story. I had a lot of subscribers who reached out to me and said that they were interested, and based on that video, I understood. I mean, based on that video, this story is told about this famous poem by Block about that sailor who wanted to commit a suicide, but didn't do that. So the first couple of videos, these were just test driving purposes, and in this video, I feel the responsibility for the kids who are going to watch it. In terms of the number of views, it's the second version. I mean, I don't expect anything much. I'm doing the second version, and I want to make sure that Block is looks like himself, like he used to look. So there might be another version, right? It would be great. This is something I would love to have more, to make it more immerse, you know. You know, maybe for you to be in this movie, you know, to make a quality of the content higher, to do some fact checking. I made the same video for Borodino, that's a poem by Lermontov, and I was in the studio with historians who laughed and said, well, the AI made some weird stuff that never existed. And now there are new technologies that can capture many contexts. And if I write a village house of Russia of 19th century, it will give me a lot of context, and it will also make this Russian village house look as closely to the original as possible. So if I was recreating Borodino, the number of mistakes would be minimized. So there are historians, experts on this poem and on this period. And if I was creating it in the classical way, it would take us years to recreate the environment, the vibe. But now it can be done much quicker, and I think in some time it will be done even quicker. So this technology helps to remove my mistakes, because I don't know what were the costumes back then, what were people wearing during that period, you know. And now I can do it for free. I can understand what people were wearing, and I can do it for free, and AI helps to minimize the mistakes. As we were talking about Cheburashka, can you give me the first version that does not look like one? Wow, look at that. The same prompt, I did it right now. So the first I gave the description, Cheburashka, based on the description. The same neural network, and the second one, description and reference in the same neural network. And here we can see Cheburashka looks like the original one. It is in the kind of a Soviet apartment. And if you can look at that, this room does look like the Soviet one. There are some problems, but, you know, it's closer to the original. I like the first version as well. I mean, AIs were trained on non-Russian data sets, but if we upload the information, we will be able to get a true true image. If we upload this image, that means that this reference will be available to everyone. I took photos of Cheburashka from internet, online, but yes, it is all pushed to the Google servers, and they're using it for training. You know, Nikita, I want to open a secret that, you know, we want to create a lot of things with Nikita, and the question is, when will we be enslaved? Oh, no, not really. But with Maxim's help, maybe we can digitize Daria Vereshchagina, the actress. We will consult with Daria Morozova as a director, and we will generate a project that would have better sales than even the projects of Givond. That would be complicated. So I'll get the salary as a producer, or what? Is it true that our foreign colleagues are talking about agents who are going to manage digital copies of actors? Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's my dream. Oh, I dream about that as well. That would be fantastic. Okay, we have to understand about the future. I'll ask Nikita. You have been doing that for quite a while now. what about the growth rate? Is it increasing? Yeah, Nikita is from the future. He is connected to us from the future. The furniture looks the same in the future. Well, I just know that 46% of online content is AI generated. 46%. Right now, there's a social network that is based only on AI content, and people are uploading themselves and their profiles. I can appear there in any form, kind. If we talk about cinemas and movies, people are tired of AI, and they do not trust AI. If they see that this was fully AI-generated content, they don't trust it. They don't believe it. You know, right now, if you're a large company, you just kind of have to generate AI videos every day. We see the same AI content, and these are the same people who are just trying to sell something, and it's all the same, it's all generic. And when people subscribe to some influencers and other things, you know, it doesn't really work.
На тех, кто готов смотреть это, и на тех, кто отвергает все яично. Поэтому вот в чем...
Yeah, so what is the idea?
Люди вот в том, что вот когда я создаю...
As I generate a video, I have to get rid of a lot of things that were generated by AI. And right now, you cannot just say, AI, make a content for me. You have to redo, edit, create your own scenes by yourself. So, Nikita, I think we're talking about a different thing, bro. Sorry. But we were talking about replacing actors with AI. Because what you are talking about is not generating it, but it's like the other thing. So maybe the actor agrees, gives the digital copy, they get the same money. But it's not that just the actors don't have to have lunch, they don't have to commute to the studio. Let them have the money. But the digital twins will be created. I think it was actually the law has been passed on digital copies. One actress was invited, and for a day she was photographed for AI, and she was just paid for this shift, for this day, one day, and then her copy started to be used everywhere. And she asked the question, okay, what am I going to do now as an actress? It launched a huge crisis where actors and producers started to say that this is not acceptable. And it's like the copyright, yeah? I mean, a fee has to be paid to an actor if a digital copy is used. The question is whether there is the same quality, because viewers should not be able to distinguish between the AI-generated actor and the real one. Yeah, just look, we used to have like the trailers, Cecil trailers. You have a plot and some trailer that is just, you know, used that is using some parts of some other movies, and that was terrible. Then it was replaced by trailers created by AI. It is just some gray noise, really, because you cannot really, from an emotional point of view, accept that. So it does not sell the idea, but as I'm not talking about the trailers, but I'll talk about some other content, as there is a mix. And then when we shoot something with an actress, with Daria, for example, and then add some AI, it works. So you start to say, okay, right, so It's the same with the green background, you know, like people said, okay, we don't need green backgrounds, we're going to shoot it in outside. But now we're using it very actively. The same will happen with AI. It will be just yet another tool. Maxim has a huge stack of technologies that are used right now, and I think you can add on, build on that. Give me one. Is there a replacement? Yes. But who is going to be playing the part? There's some artists, some painters. There is a digital copy, like an avatar. They have to play a dramatic, some dramatic scene, like they should say "I love you" to a person who is leaving them forever. It will be someone who will look like that person, but there will be a reface, like not a deep fake, but a reface. A high quality copy of an actor will be prepared, and then it will be replaced. So my talent is, I mean, so I'm going to be played by another person. It's not like a replacement, but it's like, you know, about other things. There will be other actors. It will be the stand-in actor. Yeah, maybe, you know, making actors more young if they're making something about the past in the movie. And yeah, you know, like there was an actor who was playing parts, and you know, we have several examples. You know, we have a series right now about the ballroom dancing and about the ice skating, and there professional actors with reface technologies can actually dance. So it's not like an actor plays a part. It's like he plays a part when he says "I love you," but then when we talk about the dancers, it is all done by other actors, by the professionals. Well, I mean, are you an actor or are you a professional dancer? The question is, can I play a part as Daria Vereshchagina? Why not? Of course no, because she has an individual talent and her individual method to play this scene. Can she play a part like I do? No, because I have my individuality. And if within my face, if you use reface, and there is a stunt person playing my part, she will replace me. Yes, it will be my face, but my talent, my capabilities will not be added to that. Is it good or bad? Well, no, but it's a fact. There is some magic, really. I would agree with Daria. You work a lot with neural networks. If I repeat my prompt, the result will be different. It knows more context about you. The same with an actor. When he plays a role, he goes through the experience, and then there is some chain of thoughts, and then this magic happens. If we just make a reface, it will just not work. So if I ask to write a scene in Edgar Wright style, it will never do that. No, it will never do that. And we had reviews on the focus groups, so the same prompt and different results, and same prompt, written by many people. And if you insert one word, like one extra word, you will get one result. And selecting the words, the prompting, is your personal experience. How do you live through that?
Она завязана на мысль, на эмоцию и на бэкграунд. То есть, условно говоря, когда ты можешь разобрать...
Yeah, this is also based on the background, on the emotions, because, for example, a role is explained to you and interpreted by the AI. You read it all, and even the best actors, they connect the main character with himself and with his own background and experience. This is going to be one whole. But yeah, you understand there is a huge audience that will never understand it like you wanted to have it. They will just scroll through, you know, they will not notice the details. When we started to make not movies but content, this was the time when the era of cinema ended. That was terrible because I wanted to make movies and people want content. You know, it's like something from the couture brand and the mass market brand clothes, you know. There's no demand for great details, for attention to details right now, so people just want content. Nikita wanted to say something. Yeah, I want to say that neural networks, they're not trained by people. They're trained by content. You know, I have a daughter and I can see how she grows up and recognizes some things. The same with AI. I don't know what it knows. I can ask questions to it and know what it thinks. The same with neural networks. Creators of neural networks do not fully know the functionality. You know, it was trained based on some data and it starts to give some answers. And we were training with the neural networks that were trained on images and videos. When AI, I mean, imagine all the movies and videos that exist. When AI analyzes all these videos and it knows all the emotions of everyone, it will never play your part because you are you, and only the full copy of you can play the part to the same extent as you can. But making it truthful, that's another thing, you know. But it should know everything about everything else. But if it achieves that, then yes. Okay, it's a question of time. Even if at some point in time all roles of Daria can be uploaded, what, like 2,000, 1,000 roles? Yeah, and after some time, we will be able to get the entire range of her talent, the emotional responses, the emotions and other things. You know, maybe Daria can upload it herself, make some story that she would insert in other stories. Yeah, because if Daria puts a microphone and just for 10 years voices all her emotions and inner thoughts, the AI will behave like her. But there will be no soul there, right? No, absolutely not. Yeah, there is a cinema, there is content, and the actors, they not only do cinema, but also content. On the one hand, this technology inspires, because we can do movies that take less time and money. But you know, this is content. Because, you know, as a producer, I want to be in the role of a person, because there are two categories. The first one is crying out, where are we going? And the other one is rolling the world forward, because I would want to be the leader.
That was a funny phrase, you know, you said that as a producer, I don't want to be a human very much. Well, Steven Spielberg was very much against AI, you know. All right. Multiple parties are claiming the floor. Okay, I'm gonna split this discussion into highlights, because you've spoken all kinds of interesting things. You know, I've got this small hope stemming out of everything we discussed. The hope that just as in creativity we speak to screenwriters, directors, writers, producers, cameraman, any artist, one way or another involved in the creativity, about the most valuable thing being, you know, the meanings. We arrive at meanings in the movies, and as we create a work of art, first and foremost we need to respond to the question why we are doing this, because one way or another, you know, 30 years down the line of these illnesses of the Russian cinema after the fall of the Soviet Union, we started wrapping our heads around the values, and this is where AI is fully on the stage. So the hope is that, as we think about the meaning, we understand that everything that we create, content or movies, it all influences the culture of our nation. We are part of our nation's culture. As creators, we are feeling this responsibility, but it would seem that in the modern world that the responsibility of a creator is not enough. The viewer's responsibility should also come into play. The viewer should also ask him or herself the question why he or she is watching this. And if the upbringing allows him or her to watch empty content, and this is just on a physical level replaces something without carrying any artistic or meaningful value, then that's the problem. That is the fearful outcome. We need to remain the humans. Why we're different? When an American is asked, have you read Byron or Shakespeare? If he hasn't read him or her, he said no. Our guy will be ashamed and lie. Because it's embarrassing not to read. You can't say that you have not read Byron or Shakespeare. AI will not understand that we are the way we are. Well, thank God that's the way it's going to happen. Recently I spoke with Oliver Stone, and he said an outstanding thing, that perhaps there was an interview. Okay, is he in this room? No, he's not. Okay. That was not in my head. That was back at an event offsite. And at that time, he said a very important thing, in the Russian cinema, just as in the Russian art and literature, the spiritual principles, the spiritual element is so at the fore, unlike anywhere else. Dear viewers, thank you very much for listening through this discussion. Hopefully it was of some use. If you are in any doubt that we stand in favor of creativity, then right away go to the Okko online theater and look at the things that Alexander Noskov or Grigor Petrosyan are doing, or the place where Dasha Vereshchagina, the wonderful actress, starred, or Dasha Moroz as a director created. Nikita Glukhov, you can also watch there, and perhaps they are at a stage of creativity that is just emerging thanks to AI in the modern information environment, and largely we are creating this thanks to the technologies that are brought to us by Nikolai Vanyan and Max Kozlov. Thank you very much, dear viewership. Do stay human. Dear friends, we have gone through the myths, through the theories, through the real cases. We understand how AI is helping to create. We understand the workings of this train of the future. We know how it works. The most important question remaining is the most personal question. The news of AI is coming out of the horn of plenty. Breakthrough here, breakthrough there. Everything is striding along, dashing along at the speed of light. It may seem that we are living in a sci-fi movie, and this reflection has come about. If or when it will happen is a thing of the past. The only question is, how are we adapting to the things that are already happening? How do we remain human in the world of superpowers? How do you preserve yourself when technologies are pretty much omnipotent? When AI is going to vanquish disease, rid us of routine, make technologies green, preserve the environment, what will motivate us to wake up in the morning? What is going to be the meaning? Let's have an honest conversation about how we are going to be in the world of superpowers, what we stand to lose and what we must preserve. And our experts are going to help us. A PhD of Financial Technology and Data Analysis, Vice Dean for Research and Innovation of RVB University, Armen Deklaryan. very warm welcome. And profiler, psychologist and psychiatrist, Alexey Filatov. Alexey, very warm welcome again. Like I said, it's going to be a very honest, very frank conversation. Why don't we start from a surprise, okay? We asked AI to make profiles on you based on publicly available data. Nothing insider. Armen Declarian, PhD. Archetype, alchemist of data. Prototype, Doctor Strange. Characteristics, systemic forecasting 45%, tech intuition 35%, strategic synthesis 20%, breakthrough research, anti-fragility business models, development of organizational structures that become more resilient under pressures. Now that algorithms know more about us than we know about ourselves, it's no longer about the data, it's about understanding what questions to put to the data. Your uniqueness is not in what you know, it is in what you are capable of wanting to know, based on the lecture of 2042. Well, initially you started with an approval. How do you feel about being a Doctor Strange? Well, was that out of 100, those percentages? Do they add up to 40%? Well, I think it's every characteristic is a percentage of 100. Well, if they all add up to the 100, then yes, this is total truth. And me wanting to deliver lectures in 2042, yes. I would actually like to look at the prompt that you gave to AI. Well, I like the confidence, okay? I like the confidence of you being able to talk about the things you want to talk about in 2042. Alexey? Alexey Filatov, profiler, archetype, architect of human code, prototype, Charles Xavier, ex-people. Characteristics, systemic analysis, 40%, intuitive modeling, 35%, empathy, 25%, breakthrough research, profiling of the potential, defining untapped capabilities of humans based on micro indicators on behavior. In a world where AI has learned to ideally imitate emotions, genuine emotions have become the rarest currency yet. And you've got only one anti-fake detector, your own sincerity, based on a talk of 2032. Well, I think you're a bit short on empathy. Well, if all those things add up to 100, then I don't think you want to have more than 30% empathy. Empathy is, it's a double-edged sword. It needs to be cognitive. It needs to be constructive. Well, are you good? Well, one of you is from the Marvel universe, the other one is from the X-People universe. And Doctor Strange is... Am I from the Marvel? Yes. Okay. And Professor Xavier, too. Okay, I'm going to tell my household folks about who I am in their world. Okay, let's talk about more serious things, never mind what the AI collected on us. Let's talk about how AI is going to help us resolve universally challenging tasks. How is AI going to help us transform our Earth? Hopefully it's going to be possible. People are a product of the environment. It has always been thus for centuries, for thousands of years. But perhaps over the past couple of decades, we have been more active in transforming our environment ourselves. AI, in your opinion, how is it going to help us transform our environment? Is that going to be in a creative, in a positive way, or do you see certain risks? Which one of you want to start? It's a free conversation. Well, just as a samurai, you've got the path, you've got the end purpose and goal. If we talk about the reality that we consider to be the most probable, then it might be something along the lines of The Matrix, the movie. Something that the humans might look forward to, sort of. the end state where the machines might want to become independent, when we trust the machines to make the decisions, well, down there, it might be very totally environmentally friendly. In the Matrix, it was horrible, but actually the people launched the nanobots up into the sky to block out the sun, so the machines could lose energy. Well, Alexei, to you, on the one hand, we are a product of our environment, but then, on the other hand, as the history unfolds, perhaps we upload ourselves into these devices, diminishing the negative effects on the environment. Are you not afraid that we will depart from this environment by investing ourselves into our digital twins? Well, I would discriminate between mankind, who specifically is mankind, and everything else. Because so far, mankind is very diverse, totally heterogeneous. And AI, even in our country, it's not used by the dominating percentage of the people. So some people will be using AI, definitely. Some people will never be using AI at all. Some people will remain one with nature. They will be just contemplating along the lines that people have been doing thousands of years ago, before anything artificial came about. Some people will be living in AI, in the Matrix, liking the Matrix, and it will be genuinely beautiful. But then this contemplator, he is totally heterogeneous. Mankind does not seem to have a single viewpoint, single outlook, single conception. You're really cornering me, because I was about to transition to the kids, the coming generations. They are not really homogeneous, they're very diverse, interacting with environments, with the nature. What if you look at trying to nurture this environmentally conscious mind, besides the gadgets that you got used to starting from day one in your life? It has been okay so far, but do you not see this as a threat? Because environment can be physical, not just virtual. To be able to appreciate beauty, you need to be. It is a received capability. So the complexity of the world is fathomed through the increasing complexity of our own capabilities, and components like education, components like received knowledge, received ideas of the beauty. We've got ideas like get on a plane and fly to another country. In this sense, the living priorities of the new generation are very different from our generation, and we are not the best of examples. We like working too much. Is this bad? Is this bad already? Well, the problem is, the way I see it, from my practice of teaching, the children of my colleagues and friends are increasingly prone to mentally comfortable health, as opposed to overwork, even through overwork for additional wealth. But their state of Zen, their state of being at one with nature, is more important for them. They prefer that over material comforts, over pecuniary remuneration. But then, on the other hand, it is about those received ideas of beauty. This total drive to self-development is about stress very much. How do you avoid stress? Well, stress really brings down your received ideas. Well, we only grow through overcoming traumas. What about this logical mind that we're trying to bring up in our youngsters? Well, we are multitasking very much, and the basic defense against multitasking in the brain is bringing down the number of irritants, putting yourself into this vacuum, into this bubble of comfort, minimize the number of problems, not watch too much, And out of this cocoon, not really venture outside. Tactical problems are being chosen over strategic ones. And this development that you are talking about is, as often as not, in the evolution. It has always been built on overcoming some fundamental, vivid, radical problems of life. In the evolution of humans in general, these bottlenecks, we traveled through them. The minority of us, not the majority of us. And these days, yes, the young are trying to minimize the numbers of powerful, vivid challenges for themselves because they require internal mobilization, because they require them to depart from their comfort zone and start doing things actively, despite perhaps not wanting to. And today, "you must" is the turn of phrase runs counter to "I want to." It's really striking a balance because having to and wanting to. Well, having to is toxic these days. Yes. Are we having the wrong kind of youth? It's not that I'm trying to scold our youth. We've got very good youth, but we have been sitting in our comfort zone for too long. It is ensured for the youth, among other things, through the many gadgets, through the many apps that are simplifying day-to-day life. Well, it's a good conversation that we've been having. Just to close off, suspend the environmental track, let me just say that one of the greatest, perhaps, environmental problems on Earth in general is the excess of totally unnecessary thing, irrational overconsumption. If we talk about technologies, AI, do you think they will help us to more rationally use limited resources? I have to remind myself that resources are limited, perhaps at the stage of management or modeling, or perhaps at the stage of neurointerfaces. Well, what we do know for sure is that AI can definitely help us when rationalizing the use of ingredients to achieve end products. Saving on ferroalloys, we could use on those up to more than 5%. How do you get the same result? How do you get the same product through less pollution, through less resource consumption? How do you achieve the same product? And here AI has really proved its bona fides, and we've got a vivid example of how this has been already working. In terms of whether we do need this or that manufacturing process, or do we need another one, the drive of people to consume with AI or without AI, humans still want to pander to their own wishes of things that people don't really need. And this is not a direct job for AI. What we can offer to humans, what can we offer humans instead of this consumption?
We can offer a virtual product virtual commodity that would compensate the drive for having a physical object. Let's not have it in a physical world, but let's have a virtual object, and that won't require any production and protect the environment. That's one way to develop that. But there are some countries, like Russia. I mean, the majority of countries, they have a lack of resources based on Leontief commodity exchange model. Russia has an abundance of resources, but anyway, it would be a utopia when the heads of all the states would gather together and we would rationally distribute the resources across the planet. And if we have that equal distribution, then AI would be able to resolve the environmental challenge. But I think it sounds too good to be true, or it's too bad to be true. I'm not sure. Alexei, what do you think? Nothing will change the human rationality, and we want these thousands of tons of this plastic toys that we will put to waste the next day after, playing with it for some time. So the irrationality of the humans is something that we will have to live with for the next thousands of years. I mean, this is how our brain works, but it can be leveraged. You said the right thing. Yes, we can connect our brain through a neural interface and give a virtual good to humans, instead of producing a real one. I think it's real. I'm not such a pessimist in this regard. I think we would be able to come to some arrangement, maybe not on the global scale, but let's start with a smaller scale. A team, a company, a sector. Let's start with small things, and if we can work this out, like how we rationally can use the various resources, including physical and intellectual ones, I think it is the solution, because AI improves and rationalizes the use of our resources within small teams at least. Friends, I think we need to go further. I think that the future is pretty promising in terms of the environment protection. Now, maybe a kind of a quick Q&A session. I am going to ask you some aggressive questions. Great. Okay, so guaranteed security. Option A, we fully control the environment, the nature, and can predict the weather. The B, freedom and the risks of unpredictable nature. The nature remains wild and non-controllable. We live with risks, but we have the connection with the living world. Your choice. Can I say that the majority of people would vote for A and I would vote for B? I live within reality, and I accept the suffering of the real world, and maybe others can live in this world with their optimistic attitude towards everything. Okay, but talking about AI being able to resolve the not only the environmental problems, but human health problems, we can see that some of the species on the planet live up to 200 years, maybe even more, like whales or turtles or other things. I'm not going to compare people with them, humans with them, but maybe we would be great to live like for 100, 120 years, 150 years. Can people live for 150 years in 2041? Maybe some will live up to that age, but we're not ready for that. We're talking about the society or about some. No, no. It's not like some individual, some selected few were able to achieve 150. No, it can be the average life expectancy. Is it possible? I don't think we're ready. Even if it's possible, we're not ready for that. I mean, how people, what attitude do they have? Do people have towards their life? Right now, we do not really care about ourselves properly. Yeah, some people say, okay, you might live in this perfect world where everything is under control, and I am going to be outside of this system. I'll be thinking outside of the box and having a choice. And this is the motivation of the humans. People do not want to have the one-fits-all system. They want to have it like that. They have this one-fits-all system, but I want to have an opportunity to push the button and switch the system on or off. And I'm going to be the orchestrator who would use this button to control it all. But I want to have a choice. So from a mentality perspective, I mean, me as a psychiatrist, I can tell you that we are not ready for having such a long life expectancy. Moreover, from a psychological and evolutionary point of view, it happened like that the humans, I mean, our average life expectancy should be like maximum 50 years, better 40 or 45. A couple of thousands years ago, that was the average life expectancy, and our psyche, our brain has not evolved that much. If we compare ourselves with what we had like 1,000 to 2,000 years ago, we would have the same person from a physiological perspective. So the situation changes much quicker than we change. We have too much inertia. We do not change that quickly, and you have to prepare for that 150-year-old lifespan. And for example, if you have a technology that will help you to live for 200 years, who wants to live up to 200 years? Okay, everyone raise their hands. Yeah, everyone rose their hands. Then you're going to live for 200 years, but the question is, are you ready to do anything to make it happen? And the number of raised hands will diminish significantly. I mean, some would raise their hand, but have you personally done anything to make it happen? That will be the minority. So this psychological, biological inertia of humans is very strong. Maybe we can achieve some maturity. I mean, but from a socially point of view, the psyche changes as we age. We become more introverted, more close, more neurotic, more suspicious, more angry. Well, it's like me when I was young. Yeah, when you were young, but when you become a senior citizen, you also start to show these traits. But, you know, maybe we will have the bodies that will be okay, but our psyche matures in such a manner. Can you change that? You can, but we have to raise ourselves properly, to self-educate, to work on ourselves. Will everyone do that? I'm not sure. I'm going to be that funny grandpa. So, are you ready to be that 120-year-old grandpa who would be funny? But are you ready for that? Do you want that? What, you know, building on that topic, what will happen on the labor market? Are we ready for that from a social perspective? I mean, the pension funds will go bust, I guess. Mentally, are humans ready for that? Because, you know, we dream of immortality, but what are you going to do in all this free time? How are we going to appreciate the moment we live in? You know, I had this image in my head that, I mean, maybe I do look like someone who likes to eat, to take something from the fridge during the night. I like to have some bread in the toaster, to have some Belarusian lard and pork and, you know, some salt, some pickle on top of that. And this is fantastic. And on the one hand, this is the moment that I enjoy. On the other hand, it might be you just lost 10 minutes of your life expectancy, you know, and if I have this balance, I would not, I mean, I would eat that bread with lard anyway. But he will make others select, you know, choose life. It's like a trolley problem, right? But if you talk about, like, you're going to lose 1 hour, 2 hours, a day, 2 days of your life due to that sandwich. Yeah, but if you have AI, who will say, okay, you have this sandwich, it will take like 1.5 hours from your life expectancy. If you have this full details, all the details are going to be relayed by AI, and will be given a price. All of these moments of joy will be given a price in terms of life expectancy. I would love to have this menu and say, okay, I want these things from the menu because I want to get the most out of life in terms of great experiences as well. But, I want to point out three important traits. Being a leader in the AI era. Three major characteristics there. Cognitive humbleness, understanding you have cognitive limits, and this is finding a balance between the two extremities. The one type is kind of our parents. AI is some devilry and you shouldn't even look into that. Or it's our children. Control-C, Control-V. AI is only telling the truth. But the balance between the two, this Taleb's anti-fragility notion, people want to be anti-fragile, but what you want to do is you want to get something from the cows, some structure from the cows to get to the anti-fragility. And the third component that is going to be the main challenge for everyone, and we're not only talking for the people who are growing right now, but we're talking about the adults. By 2028, 80% of the time is going to be freed up. Now, AI is already freeing up 20-30% of the time. What are we going to do? We're going to replace one routine task with other routine tasks. Understanding how to leverage that freed up time. This is a major question. So if my life is going to be extended, what am I going to do? Why do I need these years of life? And so, to be honest, might sound terrible, but to be honest, I think I wouldn't want to live to be immortal, because if I need to remove some of these great experiences from my life, as the sandwich I was talking about, because all these 400 years of life would not cost this gathering with friends late in the night and drinking some tea with some nice pastries. Absolutely agree. But I do agree with our man. This sandwich with lard is just fantastic. Let's go. No, I'll skip lunch today. But I would say that there's a couple of guidelines from AI. Will them help us to be more rational and remove some of the instant pleasures? Yes. If we have this information that, okay, get the sandwich, minus 5 minutes, you drank cola or something, some fizzy drink, minus 5 minutes, you ran for a kilometer, you added 10 minutes, and, the water destroys the stone very gradually, so it's going to be the same. It will build awareness among the humans. If we raise people in such a fashion, then it will make a great contribution in terms of effectively using the time that people have, the free time including. Sorry, can I jump in? Equilibrium. Do you remember that great movie? It's like when we can create very cold, emotionless people. Is it a viable model? It is a viable model, but it will not give you joy. Removing the empathy and other things, like you are selecting the sandwich. You're not selecting an algorithm. Maybe in some cases you will select an algorithm, but if you only select algorithms, the life will be pretty bland. and you'll be tired of it. So it is viable for some point, for some period of time. But the question is about the balance. You should have reminders, like this sandwich was great, but it's great to have it in the right time. I think you really destroyed the plan that I had for this panel, but I think I would follow you because I wanted to talk about the change of the social structures and social institutions, and you started with the personality, with the first link in the chain. Okay, we haven't talked about the upbringing, the raising. Equilibrium, a fantastic movie, by the way. That was like about the society where the emotions are punishable. The main character, okay, I'm not going to spoil it, but you should watch it. But since you have talked about this movie, what do you think will be the reality where we forego the emotions and where we can become more focused, remove emotions, and work through the childhood traumas, and with the push of a button? And I don't know what role AI will play in that, or we will continue with the reality that we have right now. We're harmonious biological machines. We're guided mostly by rational signals, although that is to be debated. So it's more or less the same, but maybe the AI will be just another assistant that will give us some recommendations. I have this question for the two of you. I think that the way society works, here I am for the karma of Cam blade or the razor problem. What do you need to do? Depart from your emotions and be rational. It is going to be more costly in all aspects than to live with this imperfect society that lives in line with its emotions. But I think that we are on the way for having the first scenario being more viable. I think we will get there. So, okay, Alexei, I'll make the question more complicated. We're departing from the emotions. What will be our path for the further development? What is your expectation? And if this assistant gives you a full guideline, a detailed schedule, the special robot will give you some pharmaceutical products, some personal trainer will give you the lessons and the tasks. You'll have a modeled version, a model pathway to the best version of yourself. Can you become this ideal superhuman? What will we select then? I think nothing will change, really. I think even if we have these fantastic guys and fantastic pharma, there will be something else, but there will be people and humans who will not use it, who will ignore it. The majority of the people want to depart from this choice. They don't want to make this choice. Morpheus asked this question to Neo only, but if you ask this question to yourself, like, what pill will you choose, the blue one or the red one? And I don't think you would want to have this question asked to you right now. I would get the red pill, the free will. But that's an unpleasant choice for you right now. Okay, let's then talk about the freedom of choice, the freedom of the will. Amid AI assistants and AI making decisions, write some essays, make some small decisions, generates a picture, writes a scenario, but then we are moving to the business decisions, financial decisions, financial track, health-related decisions. I mean, the temptation is great to move the reins of decision-making somewhere there, to export them. And I'm just going to eat my favorite sandwiches and will have a universal guaranteed income. Well, you know, it's a great thought. We are living through the era of agent-based AI that's going to last until 2030, and the current models that we got from the major manufacturers, the strongest vendors, starting from 28 through 2030, we are projecting fully neuromorphic chips, and based on the neuromorphic chips, we are building an AGI. And AGI is fully different from the current AI, because the current AI is really mixing things. It gets the ideas and it mixes them. And we are fascinated by the outcome. It's not a new outcome, so we are getting this illusion of the illusion. We don't know that much, but it is still a principle of mixing. AGI is essentially making it capable to disrupt things, to generate fully new artifacts. And this is where we transition to AI innovators. You know, these are AI things that, you know, you want to appoint a meeting. Innovators do not wait for the command. You know, they will set up a meeting. You know, today, the AI in your fridge analyzes your behavior, your consumption. Yes, mine will understand that I want Greek salad. Well, it will obviously be ordering a feta from a marketplace, definitely Cooper, Sber ecosystem. The delivery robot is going to deliver the feta. The robot household assistant is going to take the delivery and is going to cook the Greek salad. And this is going to be the best Greek salad that you had ever tasted in your life. So my question is, did you want the salad, or did the machines did everything do everything to make you satisfied with that choice? So what difference does it make if you are satisfied with the outcome? And now let's review the situation where, you know, your spouse comes home. The kid runs up to her, "Mom, please help me with my homework." You know, another robot, $15 a month subscription. He's got the capability of junior school teacher in his head. Will anyone use that? Of course. So the question is, just how far are we going to let go of this decision-making capability? So if we've spotted this red line, I remember the movie with Adam Sandler, where he rewinded the movie. You know, he rewound the 20 years of his life, not make decisions for 20 years of his life. And in this sense, it is about what part of our lives will we choose to make routine for the machine algorithms. And it is about the jobs that machines will find the optimum or suboptimal decisions much quicker versus our capability. My favorite type of answers, when everything is even less understandable. Okay, do give me a direct call, okay? Right. And man popped the right dilemma, okay? The feta, the Greek salad. I know myself, I'm prone to distrust. I will forego of my own accord, of my own will. A lot of boons, a lot of good things in favor of control. But we know humans, we know they are fundamentally lazy. Are you using the remote control to rewind your life, to wind it forward? No decisions? You know, I may be erroneous. I think it was last year that Robert Sapolsky, Everything's Decided book was translated into Russian. Robert Sapolsky, Everything's Decided. I read it. His viewpoint that we have known very well. He is an evolutionary biologist, primatologist, and his book is dedicated to our genetics, the hormones,
making the decisions before we actually make the decisions. And so, since we are genetically preconditioned, since our prior life, upbringing preconditions us to certain things, everything is pretty well calculable. He is not writing it starkly, but this determinist attitude is really transparent in his book. When the book came out, the scientific circles spoke about it very much aloud. And this Sapolsky-style determinism in science does not find agreement in many quarters. Well, there's a lot of nuance. So the question is, you asked the question, is this our choice? Can we influence this choice? Or is this in our genes, in our previous life, in our previous experience? Is that pre-coded? Is the next minute pre-coded by our previous minute? How does this work? Essentially, yes, the dependency is there. What I would like to do is turn this table upside down to upset this deterministic chain. And this is where this human drive pops out. Fighting determinism. You said, I do not want everything to be understandable when I come home. If it is the way I want, humans do not want that. They may want to vote for things to happen the way they want. Well, I didn't say that exactly. I said that I like things to be the way I want them to be. I just don't want them to be predetermined. Yeah, well, sooner or later you will protest. Sooner or later you will be bored. Human mind loses the vitality of the things that go on. In evolution, we're preconditioned to encounter new problems. Okay, let's keep up with this red line. What if we teach our middle and junior level coders to upload things into human minds? What if we learn, just as it happens in the Matrix, to upload the Kung Fu in our mind? Or perhaps, how prepared are we to upload certain more primitive skills? Well, complicated things, definitely not. They require physical capabilities. They require all kinds of interactions of all kinds of systems in your body. And as for the upbringing, the more we use those gadgets, the less we are capable of making our own decisions. Human mind learns of the decision-making system. When we make the decisions, when we assume the responsibility for these decisions, our brain gets the experience, it senses what the decision leads to, it gets the feedback. Are we following the right path, or are we going the wrong path? And this is how learning happens. And then we might not accept the result. One of the most probable scenarios for the future, my personal view, totally my personal view, and I would just like to run a certain test of my version of the future on you. Well, new Middle Ages, okay? Medieval era, society, disintegrating, in a good sense. Hopefully it happens peacefully. It disintegrates into certain groupings, coalescing around certain ideas, certain technologies, sub-societies. Some will give off decision-making to AI, will be managed by a group of seniors, some will abandon technologies altogether. Some might transition to wooden utensils, back to the Copper Age. Some will go into the virtual reality in total. Some will hang in a balance. How vital do you think this scenario is? Because, in my view, pressing this button, fast forward X2, X3, might this not lead to those processes? Well, what you're saying, this is another favorable Another favorite social model of mine, the segregation model of Schelling, and my PhD thesis was written on it in part. You're totally right. There's pretty specific parameters, characteristics. He actually got this Nobel Prize for this, Schelling's Nobel Prize for Economics. What it says is this: there's a wonderful coefficient, the tolerance ratio. You know, around you, you've got representatives of other morals, other ethnicities, people not sharing your values, and there's a threshold. Well, I want at least 60% of people around me sharing my views. You press the play button, yes. In various geometrically disparate positions, proportions of clusters, average numbers, covariations, dispersions. In those clusters, everything will be there. So if you press that button, by setting up the end parameters, it will be just about the acceptance of my environment, different from me. This is enough to understand how society is clusterized. So what do you think of this model that we arrived at without actually striking an agreement, prior agreement? Well, you call this New Middle Ages, Medieval Ages. What if the Renaissance arrives? Well, Renaissance, yes, that's a bit more pleasant. Renaissance, peak of creativity, peak of medieval science in Italy, and it was mostly Italy. There were many small kingdoms. They would call that fiefs in the modern world, and back then it was about competition, and the ideas that were conjured up in one cluster, they were pretty quickly spread to other clusters because they benefited from it, they learned from it. So this topic is important in application to ourselves. Some people will not want to learn, and they will be not on the map. Well, they will not be, and other people who will be using the social lifts, the upward mobility, they will be on the map, and perhaps they will be transforming, 60-40, morphing into, I would take issue with you on this one. Perhaps we take this video service, streaming service, and you are indicating with a like that you are liking something, on the streaming platform or social network. What will the host give you if you gave 3 likes and 14 dislikes? Well, there's a collaborative filtration, actually. As for the clusters, what the recommendation systems are giving you is less based on your personal preferences. They do play a part with a certain weight, but the problem is that overall nomenclature of the goods that you can offer, it is pretty big. So for you to try something out of this overall nomenclature, so for the machine, this is a statistical margin of error. So what we do is we take people like you, same sex, same social standing, same annual income, and we take the entire group of people alike you, and we look at what they like. And based on the hypothesis, pretty strong hypothesis, legitimate nonetheless, people like you like the same thing that you like. And then we take a bigger bracket. As a whole, they gave likes and bought all kinds of goods. And based on that, we look at what this bigger group likes, and we see what you have not yet bought, and we start recommending this to you. This is collaborative filtration. Pretty interesting thing. In terms of the machines, since we're using personalization and other keywords, this is essentially a great trick of the machine. The machine passes a judgment on you based on the social group that you belongs to, and this is a pretty interesting thing. That's not a genuine personalization. That's a cohort targeting personalization, because every one of us is really out of touch with the world. We don't leave much trace behind us. Well, that's been so far. Personalization, personification. Friends, another blitz questionnaire that I would like to put to perhaps you, Alexei. Personality. Okay, we've spoken about this at length. Turning sideways a bit, 2 options to answer. Using neural interfaces to fully control emotions. Deep tranquility based on demand. Instant concentration, no stress, no anxiety. You're fully in charge of your mood. You know, flight mode, using this slippage, or keeping the whole gamut of unpredictable feelings. Panic versus euphoria. What would you choose for yourself? A or B? The neural interfaces or the spectre? Let's make this complicated. For yourself, make a choice for yourself, and for the mankind. Okay? Well, for the mankind, I would choose the second option. I would keep the entire gamut of emotions. Well, for the first thing, as we speak about this first, I don't think it's pretty achievable in the next 10, 20, maybe 50 years. We need to test it, perhaps. Change the upbringing of a person that quickly to make this matrix. You know, in the Matrix, the movie, we were told that this was the 9th version. Neo was the 6th, okay? Well, the first version of the Matrix, it should not be rolled out across the length and breadth of mankind. We should test it on a small bracket. And I would not like to be one of those testing mice. You know, in actual fact, well, objectively, you can't tell me that we are not in the Matrix. Why don't you imagine that we are in the Matrix already, and the architect really programmed us, and the idea programmed is that the next Matrix is going to be better. And this is where we are. Okay, I'm going harsh, okay. Well, this rampant imagination, how capable is AI of this rampant imagination? When everything is coded, when all the emotions are going to be fully controlled, ideas like leaves are not going to come by. Life with AI coach will rationalize your activity. Your sleeping, your nutrition, your relationships are all going to be guessed in advance. Living in digital aestheticism. All your decisions are only yours, with all the errors and unexpected discoveries. Well, I would take the coach from the first option, eliminate everything else, and choose the second option. Okay? Well, I'm a bit deviant in my perception of life. It might be difficult for me to choose a coach, or to choose a coach for me. If a coach comes by who is capable of accounting for all my off-track fantasies, and if he can give my 40-year self all the fantasies that I'm conjuring up, perhaps artificially, I'll probably buy this subscription. Sold? Yeah. Well, I did throw this in, 150 years out. What is a comfortable 150 comfortable? What change will this lead to? We said that we are not really living that far, but the people who were born in the 2000s, they might gain additional 20, 30 years on their current life expectancy. What changes will this lead to?
A couple of tracks, career tracks. How often are we going to change our career path? Family. When a family has like 5 or 8 generations and so on, that's another question. The relations within the family. Let's focus on that, and then let's talk about how can we achieve that bright future. I'm confident that the humanity will be able to work through that We will find that balance between this certainty and uncertainty. Alexei, what would be more interesting for you to discuss? Labor market, family? Let's start with the social society. Everything relates to the family. The institute of marriage is changing, is transforming, and this trend has been on the go for quite a while now. So the institute of marriage is going to be more of a, not a free one, so to speak, but less sustainable, because when a person gets access to a lot of information, they will become more introverted rather than extroverted. That's one thing. It might be good, it might be bad. Double-edged sword. Jobs. Even now, we can change our professions not once a decade or once in the decades. Now we can change professions once every 5 years, or even more frequently, and it's okay. In the future, it's going to be happening quicker. You know, my mom, for example, in 1960s, she was doing artwork, then mathematics, and then psychology. Right now, she is a Doctor of Sciences in psychology. It's like mathematics and psychology and design. Yeah, these are the people of 60s. Yeah, a non-typical career path for someone from the 60s or 70s. But now people can start with design, go to precise sciences, go to humanities, and it will change every year or 2 years, every 3 years, based on their interests. Armen, so we are educating ourselves, we're testing everything. You are people of the future, so to speak, because the teaching, being an employee, a researcher, education, that's a whole set of skills. Or are we going to see some division? Like some people are going to be in one area, or some will jump from one industry to another one. I think it is worth noting a very interesting fact, given all of the AI capabilities that help us to resolve maybe many research tasks. Leading mathematicians say that in 18 months, the next set of the mathematical problems of the millennia will be resolved, but AI cannot install pipelines, for example, or other types of pipes. I think that as the number of changes grow, the importance of the vocational schools and working jobs, blue-collar jobs, will increase, the plumbers and others, because the machines cannot work in physical infrastructure. And there's quite a long way to go there still, so this is an important accent that you need to focus on. Other people that might have not a profession but a hobby, they will change their hobbies, and the minimum social, they will have a guaranteed income. But AI that decides everything for me should guarantee that I have a regular income, basic income, and a flat, a place to live and other things. And I just do some hobbies. So there will be people like that, this cohort of people. There will be other people who are going to change the professions as per intervals. And as I think, another aspect of our professional life in the Soviet Union, it wasn't a state-run thing, but I do not know what level are we going to work on today. But this is a distribution problem. AI will find a solution on distributing the number of jobs that will be relevant, and we will sign another contract. Give me the, I mean, it's not the contract of giving me the minimum income and I will do nothing, but then I will follow the profession that you have recommended, and in exchange I want something else. So these are going to be these two major forms, radically different forms of social contract. There will be new professions, new jobs. I'm not going to say that they're going to be jobs that will last for the entirety, but there will be professions that are very much related in the social structure that we have right now. And craft, on-demand, niche will remain relevant, yes. And this is why no attempt on AI regulation worked. There are many challenges in why AI, explaining why AI regulation cannot start, but the beauty and the emotions that we experience when we see the beauty is the generation of black swans. This normal distribution makes the stability of this world, but this diversity is helped by these black swans. AI does not think a black swan is a diversity, it thinks a deviation, and it does not factor that in when it is trained. And this is one of the critical challenges that we face right now. Answering the question whether we can trust AI and whether we can, despite anything, despite all of, despite these 99% of the cases where AI works perfectly, but it cannot work with some of the black swans. Yeah, it cannot hedge the risks, right? Yeah. And the question to you, how do you prepare yourself for the ubiquitous use of AI? Living for 150 years, but staying relevant, continuous learning, changing professions, being constantly in focus, so no sandwiches, not cheat meals. Or another option, living 80 years in the moment, carpe diem, focusing on the depth of the feelings and just a simple living. You have less time, but you are more present. Well, if we talk about right now and right here, if we are in the concept of the world, that in the current concept of the world, I would select living 80 years, but a more vivid 80 years living in the moment. I have around 1/2 of that life left. And the question to you, I would even select 60 years, but living it to the fullest. We had a great talk, you know, there are many questions that we have discussed do not have that direct response, really, but and that's good. Yeah, but I mean, we are reasonable. We say that people are reasonable, you know, and we love to prepare ourselves. We love to create that safety cushions. Now, I do understand, I do appreciate the fact that AI is the technology that will help the human life to be vivid and full of great experiences and will make our lives longer. But what safety cushion do we need to have? What are your pragmatic recommendations? How do you do that? Well, first of all, I would concentrate on the following. People have to understand themselves better. This is where we start. What we start with, how we understand our own thinking, our own decision-making process, our balance between rational and irrational things. I mean, if we appreciate it and accept that, I mean, if we understand on the pros and cons, then we might have this mindfulness that will appear, that will help us to accept the risks and to factor them in our activities or not, or in our behavior. But if we know ourselves and if we know other people, and we met, I have a profile about you, you have a profile about me, and we won't need that much time to cooperate, to get synced, to understand each other better and to move to the common goal that unites both of us. So I think this is a great story where AI can be used to unite people so that we can understand each other better and quicker, and we are moving to the one goal that is beneficial for everyone. And I think the AI can help us here in a major way, because I'm a psychologist and psychiatrist, and based on my background, I would say that we started to understand each other worse. Because I think 70, 80, or 100 years ago, people did not think who they are. What is the difference between myself and other people? And we now started to look at the differences. Like, I am A and you are B, and we're different in this or that manner. But we just do not understand that A and B are just letters of the alphabet. We're the same, we have the same category. The distance between ourselves start to grow. Yet, when we have a machine that can profile a person in a proper way and great capabilities there, and machine will be able to understand us, it will understand our profile, it will build our profile. We can fine-tune the model, and it will be even better in understanding. And when we understand ourselves, when we understand the person who are we talking to, we will have more connection points to achieve some more important goals. And here the AI will will deliver guaranteed great results. I'm thinking about this story that happened with me last week, a real one. My daughter was just something was happening with her. She was like very emotional, and she was going around the flat. She's very artistic, like her dad, right? Oh, really? Thank you for that. And anyway, I was just I was working. I was just looking at the series, and she was like this, and she was made like just this small scene, and I asked, what's the problem? And she says, well, I'm writing a song. Well, I'm usually supporting her, and then she said, okay, I'm going to sing you. She wrote the lyrics, and she starts singing to the best of her abilities based on the lyrics that she made. There is a model, not a Russian model, that can help you to write lyrics. Now, the musical text, the lyrics were not great. That was the first option. The first take was not great. And I said, there's something that's lacking. This song does not ring the bell. I just put the prompt, and I just put the prompt describing the music and says that should ring the bell. That should pull some strings. And me being an adult male, just was listening to this music, and I was making this music, I was making this prompt for my daughter, not for myself, really. And as a demonstration, I put it on to a conference of Sberbank, and this song just was so popular among those who were present at the event of Sberbank, where I was giving a lecture, where I was giving a speech, and it was absolutely fantastic. They really loved it. What is the narrative, really? The narrative is that the tool has a very wide range of capabilities. We have to think the broadness of the capabilities and the border. Does it have the border even? Do we have any limitations? Yes, and it is expanding. There might be a new model, new version of the model, or even a totally new model that gives an even better result. And this is a major challenge that really drives back home, because here you can make your entertainment more diverse with this tool. Another thing that, if I may, that I think is of great importance is to give yourself a real diversity. I'm not talking about, throwing off your phone. I just like to have a comfort when I have fun. I went on a picnic and there were like these wasps and mosquitoes. 15 minutes of the picnic, we were just having all these wasp attacks because we were eating a watermelon. And we were near the place of our friends, and we just said, let's go to our friend's place, why do we need to have a picnic? But we have the machine, but can we have this diversity? Despite all of these negative feelings, in the end, we have a unique human concept, human life, to have this diversity, that when you need to push yourself outside of the limits of the things that you are accustomed to, I think is great. Oh, that's about that cheat meal, right? The fridge. We were talking about the cheat meal. So the AI is kind of around the humans, but we should not stop seeing humans under the guise of AI, with its rationalities and irrationalities, style of life, and other things. They're going to use AI as an assistant. It's highly unlikely that in the nearest future our style of life, our psyche and our brain, our decision-making processes will change dramatically. We're going to clusterize or customize that, and AI is going to help us here, but the style of life is going to be different. It is going to nudge us towards properly using AI for our purposes. You forced me to ask the last question. What will be that human in the era of AI, where AI makes decisions, writes music? Your bet is on the fact that we are going to remain the same as we used to be in the last couple of millennia. Yeah, and if we're talking about about the next 50 plus years, then yes, the psyche of the people will not change dramatically. AI might be the social lift that might strengthen some of the processes or even slow them down or then correct them, but our brain for the next couple of generations is not going to change. Do you agree? What will be the person, the human, in the world of AI? Monotonous? It will be all the same, but it will be above the average level of the happiness and content with life, thanks to AI and thanks to other tools. It's going to be quite monotonous, low volatility level, and a very small group of people who is going to live in peaks. They want to drop in terms of the level of routine happiness, because their life will become less autonomous and automated, but they will, in this brave new world, find something that others will not see, and this is where they're going to peak in happiness, and there will be the constant battle. What is important, this average, pretty high level of happiness, or some happiness peaks? And these two possible states and the struggle, the competition between the two, is going to cluster people and divide people in these two camps, really. So I am confident that this struggle, this fight is going to be a creative one, and AI will help us here. And I do wish ourselves and all our viewers to find the balance within ourselves, and the society will answer all the questions that still remain unanswered. And friends, to wrap it up, I would like to say that the future is not defined. It's still there's a lot of room for maneuvers, and our main goal is to remain humans and with the ability to be surprised and continue loving whatever the machine does, because we still have this soul, which is quite an unclear substance, but I hope that everything will be fine. You'll create some new things, and see you soon.